Speaking of rich socialites, how about that Epstein list not existing?
Oh yeah, it's kind of weird.
It never existed.
I don't have any memories of a list even ever existing, except when they were all smiling and holding files.
That was nothing.
Cha!
Well, no one was
They
on
came
it.
out smiling?
What's that?
Maybe they had the pictures of some investigative journalist or rather big meme pages from TikTok.
Let's look up the
Libs of TikTok picture is the funniest.
who got the binders that was like Epstein release volume part 1.
They were smiling. It's a photo op. And a few months down the line, look what happens. What was that? What was the thing that Charleston White was saying? He was saying some crazy stuff that I was shell shocked actually. I was
Really?
like, oh, this must be a
Go
AI.
to images, Chris.
I guess we'll do this first. Oh,
Oh, they wiping this
There it
fast.
is, right there. Hindustan Times. No, it's just the question. Right there, the
Right
binder.
there, yeah, that one.
Who are these people here?
Yes. Look at this guy. He's holding it up. I got it.
Who? So the question would be:
phase 1.
Who got quote the Epstein files phase 1?
Sophie Biddle got a binder. Can you believe that?
Who?
Some bitch. But Chabad, she's my favorite with the binder.
Oh, he's got a 10-gallon hat on. Wow, who's that on the left?
Look what she's wearing.
Is that Libs of TikTok?
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Oh my
She's
god!
got I guarantee she has her nails done. Guarantee it.
Rogan O'Handy.
DC Drano.
Who the
DC Drano, Libs of TikTok. Who's Liz Wheeler? Liz Wheeler.
Liz Wheeler.
She's got to do her roots again.
And then the cowboy in the back.
I think his name is Cowboy Cocksucker.
What's DC Drano saying nowadays?
He probably drains semen out of well, you get it.
3 million followers? Damn.
Excuse me for juicing. Dude, good job on that binder photo.
Here's the deal, bro. I lost it. You're not gonna believe this.
They made me burn it. You know.
Is he? What's he saying on Twitter now?
Let's see what that
'Cause
live
it's
is all
going.
about.
It's going down right now. Is he talking?
What's he saying on Twitter?
I was looking at child porn in the binder, and I really feel bad. What is going on?
Trying to find where in the Constitution it says pedophiles don't get into trouble if they're rich enough.
What kind of a damn ritual is that? Everyone holding up binders that have illegal pornography inside of it. Like, what the hell is this about?
Ugh. Yeah, he's not saying much.
It's eyes back on deportation. That's what they're trying to put. That's what everybody's. Guys, this isn't a big deal. Back on the deportation.
Oh wow, that'd be crazy if they actually did that. I can't even imagine.
Jack Posobiec?
Posobiec. Who's that?
Posobiec.
I think he's one of the cuntiacs.
Conspiracy theorist. Alt-right political activist.
DC Drano's talking about cloud seeding.
Oh,
Cloud Seeding, the guy that did that for Texas Farms.
what did he watch the Cloudbuster music video? Kate Bush.
Yep.
Is that where he's coming up with
loved it.
this? Oh, are they blaming like the storms, the floods, and the Lake Tahoe thing on some sort of chain?
They're going, look at that.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but I guess it's just they're making signs of tribulation or something like that. I guess what they're doing.
This is wild.
Don't sit there and tell me there is nothing they're talking for nothing. What the fuck? I don't know. What about the lady who always had her boobs out, always down for sex? The madam that was running the
Maxwell.
show.
Ghislaine
she was
Maxwell. Where's she now?
There's only women run the show. Do people understand madams of bordellos are always women? Are women too stupid to remember that? She's in jail, allegedly.
Oh yeah, no one's going to her for questions right now. They're just like this. Nah, she's fine.
Robert Maxwell. A classic, too.
Yeah. Every textbook in the world written by my father.
So good. I always knew they would wait until they could just put pictures of Trump with this crew. They would wait
till
for
they narrow
that
it down.
until he's back in office again. It's so silly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, how is this like the Epstein thing is less? It's actually less actionable than full re-immigration. like full, like if you threw everyone out of the country, that would be easier to do than actually pursue an Epstein thing, because that would implode the world.
Well, you'd have to legally call a king
It would.
You'd be like, yo, you got to come down from there. Get down from there. Come here. You're in trouble now, big buster. Get down from there. All the kings and like all
They
the.
would be heading for the hills if all that stuff came out.
No. You fucked the kid on the island. We got the pictures. Get down. Come here. Put these zip ties on. You're in trouble now, big buddy.
That seems unlikely to me.
The king of England.
Yeah, the king of England, the king of Scotland.
Oh, wait, all of a sudden, justice prevails. All of a sudden, the guys are like this. Damn it! We're this close to ruling the
Call
world.
my lawyer. I'll be home in time. My soup will still be hot. Fuck your mother.
It's all of a sudden the information comes out.
Yeah.
Didn't the information already come out? Like whoever was on the flight logs or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Like Christopher Lambert. Chris Tucker.
Chris Tucker.
There was like the funniest ones are those.
Is Chris Lambert? Is he from Highlander?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I was laughing.
Was he on it?
I remember.
No.
But I mean, I don't know if that's demoralization. I don't know if it even happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're just trying to bust your balls. They're like Maynard from Tool.
Yeah. Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
The only good one in Hollywood. He's actually. But I really liked that stuff. But it's just so silly. What are you supposed to do about it? And who would even believe anyway? I don't think people can comprehend this level of like rulership. I don't know what to call it. Like this mafia system. I don't know.
People are having a pretty good time with the Diddy doing 6 years.
Big surprise.
And a week later, this going down in one shot.
Weird.
Like,
A lot of justice.
yeah,
Cameron Diaz.
Oh.
Al Gore.
David Copperfield is up there doing tricks.
He's got his own island.
He's doing make the penis disappear. Alan Dershowitz is
Kate Blanchett, the biggest woman I've ever seen.
Tiffany Trump.
Wow. Tom Pritzker.
Mick Jagger's he's doing like a private party, singing and dancing. I love that video when he gets hired for doing like a party and he's like singing and dancing a little bit. I love that video. It's just so awesome. I mean, I hate them.
Who would want
hate the
Courtney
Rolling
Love
Stones.
there? Who asked for Courtney Love?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like, who's like, oh, you know what we need here?
Bring the vibes down.
Yeah, like,
This thing.
shit.
I forget her connections. What's the point of even remembering?
Yeah, what's her deal? Because she dated Billy Corgan too. That's just like, she was never that hot.
They're having sex.
Yeah,
They're
disgusting.
fucking. Are you kidding me?
Ugh, she's a slut. She's a cancer slut freak.
Prince Andrew. Who the fuck is that? He's the guy that doesn't sweat, right?
Prince Andrew doesn't sweat.
Yeah, no, he doesn't sweat. There's something really funny with him.
He doesn't sweat.
No, I don't sweat.
They're putting him in Guantanamo Bay. They're grilling him with questions. He's totally dry.
He's not sweating. You put him in a sauna, he just dies.
He's an armadillo.
He carries leprosy. It's silly, but it's all I mean, what did everyone expect?
Who's Sarah Kellen?
Probably some retard.
Interview her.
She's maybe a victim.
What?
But where is she right now?
She does look familiar. She looks like that bitch that killed someone in Italy or something. Remember that woman?
Yeah. She looks. Yeah, that's.
Do 7 days.
Oh my god. Anyways.
I like this guy. He's fuck him. No, she looks just like who is the bitch? Amanda something or other? Like
Amanda Hug and Kiss.
Yeah, that's what it is. It was some weird. I guess I'm better off talking about frickin' true crime. Never mind.
Yeah, you're right.
Like it looks like a slut show.
What's this Canadian golf fight?
Oh, this is pretty good. Sorry, we can end definitely.
Do we watch this?
Is this the Bang Bang
a
guy?
hockey bruiser?
Oh yeah, I saw this.
Retard.
Enough! You're not a tough guy. Hurry up!
He's fighting a hockey guy.
Yeah, like a hockey, an NHL player.
No, he's not. Not that fucking
He's not.
tough.
He's not tough.
No, he's pretty tough.
He's not
that
tough.
fucking tough.
You're not tough.
Aren't these guys going to play golf? Have a good time?
Let's get going. Get going.
Or you can play behind us all, and you can take all the fucking time you want.
It's literally
This is
golf.
fucking
You're not
embarrassing.
tough.
This is golf. This is not
Yeah,
golf.
it's not.
You can stand there
golf,
15
man.
fucking minutes.
You
That's
can't
not
even.
golf.
You guys can't even stand
up.
and tee your ball up now.
He's not teeing it up. He's standing
Do
there.
we need to
like a
get
fucking moron.
the police out here?
No, we don't need
I would.
Okay, then let's get going here.
Let's go. Pick your shit up and get going. This is not fun.
No, are these guys drunk or something? Or are they just sober?
Hammered.
Oh, they are.
That guy right there is hammered.
Oh, okay. I mean, that
He's
was
like-
just kind of a stupid
He's
question,
like
I guess.
Brando
Stand there
hammered.
for fucking 23
He's
minutes.
like he's a Byron hammered.
Oh.
Going to.
Oh.
Try about it. Fucking
You
cry about
fucking
it.
pussy.
I'm a pussy.
Like, fucking try about it.
Buddy, you're gonna get fucking shit to.
I don't give a fuck.
Like badly.
Good. Let's
Fucking
fucking
badly.
go, man.
Buddy.
Sad.
Oh.
No, I'm not filming this.
I wouldn't want to fight that guy.
No.
You have to drive a car into him.
You guys need to get off the golf course. Yeah, we will, man. No, now. Like, pack up, go now. Get in your car and go.
I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself.
Why is he doing this?
Hey,
Man, he gets fucking
come on, man.
Into the water immediately.
immediately.
Off to a good start, buddy. I fucking told you.
Man, leave him alone. You want another? You want one
fucking
too?
came at me.
Oof.
I got it all on record.
It's around the goal.
I got it all on record.
Around the goal. Bang! Hey, you are a fucking go guy.
Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man.
I wouldn't keep going back.
Dude.
Guy's not,
Dude.
Oh,
Oh.
that's crazy.
it's one of the worst ass kickings I've ever seen.
Damn.
Out.
Bang. He's gonna say bang again.
Fuck out of here. No, it's not gonna go well.
It's not okay.
Take him home or get him fucking out of here. Fucking get moving.
Woo.
Stop looking like an idiot.
Get out of here.
Fucking.
I like how he yelled bang when he was
Yeah.
yelling.
That guy was bang.
Bang.
It's pretty funny.
I mean, he was pretty patient for a freaking bruiser, though.
What do the comments say?
Yeah. Lawsuit dead ahead.
I don't. That's not a. Why would that be a lawsuit?
Give me a big lawsuit from this one.
It's good because he was wasted. Like the second his feet lifted the ground, like he was ragdoll. That's why it's so awesome.
I've seen. I love seeing people
Wow.
when they're that hammered, like that, and then they're, I'm fucking hit him.
Oof.
Like, oh no. Oh no. Yeah, the throw and not one punch thrown from the other guy. Not one punch. That's crazy.
Oh fuck.
Rushing into goons like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. Running into like a lion's den.
I mean, he's lucky. I mean, he didn't get worse.
Yeah, I know.
Like he didn't.
Oh, he must have woke up with a fucking black and blue face. His whole face is like, what happened? Everybody know what happened. Where the fuck is my golf club?
Like he rushes after him. 20 in less than a second. He's 20 yards into the water.
He's in the lake.
It's a fucking fighting Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh,
What the fuck?
it's
You're
awesome.
20 feet away from the guy you're fighting in 1 second.
Under a second.
You look back, he's across the room. You're like, what? I'm just more interested in how you did that.
You're underwater.
You're popping up. The guy's, I just came to. How long was I out? Like 1 second. Oh,
Under
no.
a second, the guy's in the water 20 yards away. How the fuck? I guess the guy's a judo guy, too.
I know a little
The
judo.
hockey guy. Holy shit.
It's wild.
Wow, that's, I don't know. I mean, we got along well with guys on the golf course. We get along really well.
Yeah.
this shit, man. I am the real deal.
Squirrel. There's a big debate happening on X right now between Andrew Tate and Matt Walsh. And it's been a long time coming. In my opinion, this is a debate that's been raging at a low boil for years. And it is kind of an internal battle that all young men have been fighting for as long as we have been red-pilled, for as long as we have seen the light on a lot of these topics. And I don't know how many of you have been watching this, but Andrew Tate and Matt Walsh have been clashing over the subject of marriage. Andrew Tate, as you know, is nominally a Muslim. He is a pimp. I mean, he's actually a pimp. He's an actual pornographer, and he has women on sex cameras, webcam shows and porn and things like that, and he makes money off of it. He apparently has multiple wives and children with those wives, sleeps with many women, and Tate is an advocate for polygamy. He believes that young men should form clans where they get together with their brothers or their buddies and they have many wives and they live communally and they have as many kids as possible. And he comes at it from the perspective of, let's say, the red pill camp. Let's call it the red pill dating camp. We use red pill in a different way. When we say red pill, typically we're talking about the media ecosystem. We're referring to Jewish power. But let's call it the red pill dating genre. These guys say, and this is pickup artists, manosphere, that whole section, they say that in response to how women are, and what are women? Women are hypergamous. Hypergamous meaning they have sex with many, many guys. They have sex with the best looking, the tallest, the strongest, the most successful, the highest sexual marketplace value men. And in response to hypergamy, which is that women are hypersexual, in response to the one-sided nature of divorce laws and marriage as an institution and feminism, Tate says marriage no longer offers value to young men, at least monogamous marriage does not. So instead, we need to bypass marriage, common law marriage, religious marriage, and we need to basically just focus on impregnating women and not enter into this arrangement, which is actually has a lot of risks for men instead. Matt Walsh, on the other hand, he's Catholic. I would say he's a traditional Catholic and a conservative. And he's advancing the Catholic Christian view on marriage, which is that marriage is a sacrament. Jesus Christ elevated marriage to the level of a sacrament. And a man and a woman in marriage are joined and become one flesh. It's a spiritual bond before God for the purpose of procreation. That the procreative love between a husband and a wife is special, and it's an indissoluble union, and it is spiritual. It's a spiritual covenant before God. It's actually elevated to one of the 7 sacraments, and it's holy. And whether or not there are risks, or regardless of the questions of a value proposition, it is a vocation that is good for men and women. And that's Matt Walsh's argument. And he comes at it, let's say, from the trad position. So it's the red pill dating world versus trad world. It's this hedonistic, nihilistic, you could say grounded in reality. It's reactive. It's a reaction against feminism versus religion, versus the Christian religion, which is rooted in Catholic sexual morality, Catholic social teaching, and a metaphysical view of the nature of men and women. This is the debate that's happening on Twitter. And I see the debate, and this is what I wanted to point out tonight, because I feel like the two sides are talking past each other. And first, here's my contribution. So I, of course, am Catholic, and I believe in Catholic sexual morality. I believe that the only way to have moral, licit sexual conduct is between a man and a woman within a marriage for procreative purposes. It's a very narrow definition. So Catholics formally do not believe in masturbation, contraceptives, sex outside of marriage, premarital sex, or adultery. We don't believe in sodomy. That means oral sex, anal sex, pornography, anything, homosexuality, anything like that. Catholics believe all of that is illicit. It is not lawful according to the moral law. The only moral way to have sex is for the purpose of having kids. That means it's, forgive the expression, but it's vaginal. Don't want to be gross here. Don't want to be anatomical, but it's vaginal. It is without contraceptives. It's without any kind of birth control. It is between a man and a woman within marriage. And I believe in that. Now, of course, in this day and age, I think everybody's falling short of that in one way or another, and probably everybody always has. But that is the ideal. That is how it's supposed to be. And anything other than that is a mortal sin. And this is why we also have the sacrament of confession. Because especially now, with the way things are, people need the sacraments and the sacramentals. And, that's why we have them, is to ask for forgiveness, because we're going to fall short. It's a difficult time. And we are tempted by the flesh. So that's my position. But, and there's a huge but on this, and this is where I think they're talking past each other. You've got Andrew Tate saying there's no value for marriage for young men. It's stupid. You're a sucker. You're naive if you're a part of it. I have a clan. I have many wives and many kids, and this is the only way it's going to work. And Matt Walsh is saying that's not virtuous. The kids you're going to raise are not going to be well off because it's wrong. It's the fruit of the poisonous tree. We believe in God. We have to obey God. God has given us laws. We have to observe them. And these are laws that are in accordance with how reality was designed. We were designed, man and woman, we were created with this sacrament in mind, with the institution of marriage in mind. This is how God designed us. It is good for us. That is how we can have good families and good outcomes and virtuous people. And it's in essence, it is good. It is with regard for virtue. But something I saw during the debate really triggered me. And this speaks to maybe the essence of the problem they're missing. So Matt Walsh does this 15-minute monologue about how in defense of traditional marriage, in defense of marriage, not even traditional, just marriage as is, as it exists in reality, is created and instituted by God, in defense of marriage. But I see a woman quote tweets the monologue, and she's agreeing with Matt Walsh. And I'm reading the tweet. And the tweet says, this is from a woman, "The most alpha male thing that a man can do is to get married to a good woman and stay faithful to her and fight to the gates of hell to stay married to her." And without even seeing who said it, I started to type up my reply. I copied the link. I was going to share it with my friends and say, oh my gosh, another trad person telling us that to be an alpha male, you need to give everything to your wife. You must be obedient to your wife. Your world must revolve around your wife. It's another woman telling us what a man should be. It's a woman instructing men. It's a woman claiming to defend traditional morality, claiming to defend Christian morality, but using it in a cynical way, moralizing us to uphold gynocentrism, to uphold women being at the center of social life, women having authority, women being liberated. And I was about to copy it and say, isn't that so typical? A woman wagging her finger and telling men, you want to be an alpha male, this is what an alpha male is going to get married to me and can't leave the marriage. Women have no accountability. Men have to stay married no matter what. And that's what it means to be a man, is to stay married no matter what to your wife, who's perfect. Then I checked the name. Who posted this? Hillary Crowder. Hillary Crowder posted this. For those that don't know, Hillary Crowder is Steven Crowder's ex-wife, who 2 years ago very publicly divorced Steven Crowder. Now, this was a Christian conservative marriage. Steven Crowder is a Christian conservative broadcaster, a Christian conservative culture warrior. And he found, I'm sure she considers herself a good woman, a good Christian woman. They got married. And because she didn't like how the marriage was going, she filed for divorce, and Steven Crowder had no say in the matter. She left him. She divorced him. And that wasn't enough. She then dragged his name through the mud in public in a very public divorce. All the documents were public. She took Ring camera footage, security camera footage of their backyard and made public a recording of a private fight they had where he was a little bit mean to her. He told her, watch it, don't say that, and played it up like he was domestically abusing her, which he wasn't. But even that wasn't enough. She then allied with his former colleagues, his enemies at Daily Wire like Candace Owens, and tried to ruin his career. It turned into an all-out assault on him and his life and him as a man. She made public details about a cosmetic surgery to repair his sunken chest. She made public security camera footage from their home, a private discussion, a marital dispute. And then she allied with disgruntled former employees and coworkers to try to paint him not only to be an abusive husband and a horrible, vain person, but also a bad businessman and a hypocrite. This woman, this vile wench, this bitch, she is on Twitter telling men this is what it is to be an alpha male. An alpha male never leaves his wife no matter what. An alpha male marries a good Christian woman like me. Respectfully, maybe you need to sit this one out. You left your husband, you filed for divorce, a grave sin. Divorce isn't real. Marriage is indissoluble. You destroyed your husband or tried to. She embodies every sin that characterizes the female gender. Gossip, rebellion, disobedience. And she dares to then instruct men and lecture men on what it means to be a man, and in particular about marriage, and tell them you can never leave your wife. Well, what about you? You left your husband. Where's the accountability for you, sweetheart? And this gets to the heart of the matter of the whole trad thing. I'm not a trad. I'm done with trad. The trad thing is what you would call a simulacrum, which is to say that it is a representation of something that isn't real. People have an idea in their minds of what it means to be trad, but it's not real. Their imagination of what it is, it's a representation of a representation. It's totally divorced from reality. In their minds, they think of being trad as being a knight in shining armor, a medieval knight, a crusader, who puts villages to the sword for the love of his wife, for the romantic, carnal love of his wife. She is the focal point of his life, of his universe. And all of his character, his masculinity, is bound up in his obsession and fixation on her, and his obedience to her, and whether he fits her whims, her tastes, whether he provides for her, fights for her. But that's not real. That never happened. What's more, inside of the trad simulacrum, inside of the trad matrix, at the same time that the man is a knight in shining armor, a provider, a protector, fixated on the wife is absolved of all accountability, has no responsibilities. The husband, the man, is supposed to embody all the chivalrous values of the Middle Ages. But is the woman expected to embody the womanly values of the Middle Ages? That she's supposed to be quiet, silent in church, not instructing men, not talking about politics, but patient, obedient, submissive? Absolutely not. There's no expectations on her. She can be an e-celebrity. She can be on Twitter scolding men. She can be sarcastic. She can be coarse, have a foul mouth. She can be rebellious. She can stand up to her husband. And if she really wants to, she can leave her husband if he's not doing what she wants him to do. And so what the trad matrix does is it says that a man has all of the responsibility, but none of the authority. He's the responsible party. If the marriage doesn't work, it's his fault. If the women aren't virtuous, it's his fault. It's his responsibility to provide, to protect. He needs to be pure. He needs to be strong. He needs to be courageous. He needs to be chaste. He needs to be pious. He needs to be all these things. He's responsible. He's the responsible party. He's held to account for his actions, for her actions, for the marriage, for society. But he has no authority over the woman. No authority over her. He cannot send her away. He cannot tell her where to go, how to dress, can't tell her to shut up. In the end, she can leave him and he can't do anything about it. So she has veto power over everything, over the marriage. She can take the kids. She can take his stuff. He's responsible, but yet has no authority over her or over the marriage or over the household. She can always claim she was abused. She could say he was emotionally abusive. She could say he raped me. You marry someone, which means you're going to have sex with them, but she can say he raped me. He was mean to me. He was emotionally, verbally abusive. If you raise your voice at someone, that's abuse. Now you can leave. And this is what the trads are unwilling to acknowledge. And this is why we're losing a lot of young people to Islam, to pagans, to hedonism, because a lot of young men are saying, I don't have any time for this. I'm supposed to be the perfect picture of a male. I'm supposed to be the knight from the Middle Ages, but also I'm supposed to be sensitive, and I'm supposed to be everything and more. So much so I'm filled with contradictions. But what's the expectation for the women? Is there any expectation from them? Is there any accountability? Do we even have any authority over them at all? Can we control them at all? Absolutely not. Who would want responsibility over something that you have no authority over? If I lent you something and said, this is your responsibility, anything that happens to it, it's your fault. But it wasn't even in your possession. It was in somebody else's possession. Somebody else was handling it. Would you feel comfortable about that? Obviously not. And that's really what men are expected to do in marriage these days because of social and cultural expectations, because of the legal system, because of feminism. And that's a big problem. And this is why I've always been pushing back against this trad narrative. I don't think anybody in principle has a problem with marriage. Nobody in principle has a problem with the idea of gender roles. Women have their role and men have their role. Women have their responsibilities, men have their responsibilities. But part of the bargain is the man has authority over the house, over the wife, over the marriage. And if he doesn't have that, it's dysfunctional. It's broken. It can't work. You can't be responsible and not have authority. It is a systemic problem, and it renders it dysfunctional. And this is why so many people are having a problem with the idea of marriage. And so much of it is that women are using moralization. They're using Catholicism to get what they want. They're using guilt and shame about an emasculation against men to get what they want so that they can live however they want. You remember that girl, what was her name? The former OnlyFans star. Remember her? Where she made millions of dollars on OnlyFans and was scandalizing millions of men on the Whatever podcast, making lewd faces and gestures and everything like that. Nala, I think her name was. And then overnight, she was a trad girl. Now she's reformed. She's healed. If you have anything to say about it, you're a bad person. You're not a real man. A real man can handle that. Women are using this so there's no expectations for them, no accountability for them, and men have to pander to their tastes. To be an alpha male is to be obedient to a woman, to conform to a woman's idea of what it is to be a man. There's nothing manly about that at all. Any man that is looking to Hillary Crowder to explain to him what it is to be a man is not a man at all. This is a divorced woman who left her husband, and she is the nightmare scenario. She is literally the nightmare scenario that men dread, that men commit suicide over, that men would commit suicide to avoid. Any man that is looking to her, to this wench, to be instructed on what it is to be an alpha male, she's gonna teach us, a woman in general, but that woman is gonna teach us what it is to, on anything, but to be a man, on morals, on masculinity. That's your first problem. And that's just a microcosm of what is happening everywhere. Men everywhere internalizing and defining themselves in response to how women perceive us and what women want from us, how women see themselves through our eyes, or how they prefer to. And that's got to stop. Men have to put their foot down and say, I will not be taught by a woman. I will not be instructed by a woman. If you want to be trad, you want to be Catholic, you want to have Catholic sexual and social morality, then we got to tell women, hey, shut up. Shut up, shrew. Enough. It's time for that. You want to be trad? How about patriarchy? No more gynocentrism. How about patriarchy? Men need to say, shut up and go to your room. I'm the man of the house. I will not be taught what it is to be a man by a woman. I don't want to hear from a woman about politics. I don't want to hear from a woman about morality. I don't want to hear from a woman about what it is to be a man. It's enough already. Your job is to be patient and obedient and submissive. My job is to protect and provide and to lead and to run this household. You want to be trad? That's the program. And if the expectations are understood, then everybody can be happy. The women can be happy, the men can be happy. But if that expectation is not being observed, you're going to have a lot of problems, as evidenced by what happened to Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder did it right. He did it trad. Got a Christian marriage, conservative Christian marriage, but it didn't work because his wife, she wasn't holding up her end of the bargain. It can't be that way. Nobody wants to talk about what's happening to the men. You know, that's the problem. And women, and by the way, here's what's funny. People are starting to talk about what's happening to men, and then women want to butt into that conversation. Men are helping other men and telling each other about the perils of pornography, for example, and about a promiscuous lifestyle and hedonism. And where someone like Andrew Tate is a perfect example. He's trying to tell young men, you need to be dangerous. You need to work hard. You need to love work. You need to drink 10 cups of coffee a day and work all day. And you need to be dangerous. And you need to be a free thinker. And you can't care what people think about you. And men are helping other men in these times, and women want to butt in and say, yeah, and watching porn is cheating on me. It's about me. And you need to be trad. You need to hold the door open for me. Being trad is about how I feel now. You need to forgive me for being a whore. You're not trad if you're not forgiving me when I was a whore. Me. It's not about men. It's not about God. It's not about moral law. It's about how does this affect me as a woman? And it's got to be shut down at the source. Feminism must be eradicated. Feminism must be eradicated from our society. We need to go full on. I'm not going to say it. We're trying to be professional. But it must go completely. And if you're not on board with that, you have no business telling anybody else. You need to get married and be trad and do the trad thing. You know, it's very easy to say the wholesome chungus part and say, hey guys, we all just got to get married and that's what we're all supposed to do. Okay, you want to be a courageous defender of morality? You want to tell everybody what we're supposed to do? Then it's an obligation for men to say, women, submit to your husbands in everything, completely. They're the final word. Your job is to be quiet. Your job is to be patient. Your job is to make the home. You want to play that game? Male and female, he created them. Well, let's start being male and female then. I'm not going to be bossed around in my own home. I'm not going to be told by Hillary Crowder, hey, man, you know what it is to be an alpha male? I'll let you know when I have any interest in what you have to say about an alpha male or marriage for that matter, Hillary Crowder. But that is what is going on. You have Matt Walsh fighting it, and then you have these like women that are instrumentalizing the church right behind them, chirping in their ear. Yeah, and another thing, Andrew Tate is a sexist pig. Don't fall for the, do not be a simp. Do not be a simp. Do not fall for this crap from them. You cannot fall for this crap from them. Anyway, so that's that. So I'm weighing in on this. I'm not a polygamist, and I'm not a hedonist. I don't support that. I don't agree with what Andrew Tate is saying in his prescription, but he is 100% right about women. He is 100% right about the matriarchy, about gynocentrism, and it's a major blind spot for Catholics. And sometimes I feel like I'm the only one that's willing to say it, maybe because I'm not married. Everybody says that's my great weakness. They say, you're not married. You've never had a girlfriend. Maybe that's why I uniquely am able to say this, because so many of these other Catholic guys, they'd be in the doghouse if they say what I say, and then they go home to their wife. And their wife is going to put her hands on her hips and tap her foot and say, oh, you think I need to shut up? Oh, you think I need to blah, blah, blah? And they get henpecked and fucking nagged until they are dead. And it is the end of the male life cycle when they get married. And that is the story for so many men, and I've seen it. I have seen it with my fucking eyes. And you've seen it too. Many of you have lived it. So, and I won't do it. I'm not gonna be a party to that. Some people, they have to do what they have to do. I won't do it. Anyway, so and by the way, that's just true. So anyway, we're going to move on though. We could talk about that all night, but.
All right, what's up, young dudes? It's time to get some help on your Riz. I'm going to teach you the top 10 red flags to look for if you're dating somebody and what those red flags might signify. First of all, if she has a red flag, that's a red flag because a red flag symbolizes that she might be a Marxist, socialist, communist, and she supports the movement of the twerkers of the world to unite. You don't want none of that. Let's get into it. Point number 1, red flag. By the way, I want to tell you that any one of these might not on its own be a deal breaker, but the more that these start racking up, then you're in the danger zone. So let's talk about number 1, which is if she looks like a high school desk, meaning that she has more tattoos than the detention room stank desk, then you probably want to stay away, because that means that she's met a lot of men. Now, not every woman that has a lot of tattoos, that's not the point. The point is that this is just one sign of perhaps too wild of a life. Next, red flag number 2, if they seem to be really after things, especially objects, presents, gifts on a first or second date. There was a clip going around, a viral clip of this girl talking about how she was using dates to extract gifts for time spent. I think that's called escort service, but this is a red flag because it should be obvious that she's not interested in you. She's interested in getting that upgrade. She's interested in going to the next level, and you're just a rung on the ladder. Now, it's not bad that a girl is interested in your status and your life, because if she's going to be married to you or be with you, then she's going to want a person who can provide. So I don't think that it's necessarily a red flag that a girl is interested in what you do and how much money you make, because anybody, it's like a guy being interested in whether she eats healthy and exercises and takes care of herself, right? So sort of an inverse there between guys and girls, what they both look for and find valuable. I think guys tend to like looks more than girls, although that's not to say that girls don't care about or value looks. It's rather a maybe higher on the scale, that a woman is more interested in what you can provide in terms of future sustenance and so forth. But you also have to, I think, look for virtues, feminine virtues. No, don't be, if she's a tiger queen, if she's a slay queen, if she's a boss bitch, that is a bad sign. She's probably going to fight you at every point. She's going to think that she has the upper hand. She's going to think that she's more intelligent, more capable than you are. And that's an obvious red flag right away. If she seems to be looking for an angle or looking for some sort of upper hand against you at every point. And usually you can detect these kinds of things pretty quickly on a first or second date. You can tell if she's headstrong, if she's trying to correct you on things that don't matter, right? Red flag number 3. How does she relate to her dad? If she has a good dad relationship, then there's probably a good chance that she's got some good qualities. Most of the time, I would guess when there's something significantly off, it's because she has a bad relationship with her father. Her father failed to be a father, failed to be a man, whatever. And maybe let her run wild, let her do whatever she wanted, gave her whatever she wanted, didn't set any boundaries. And so you're going to have to set boundaries and demonstrate that you set boundaries. And I would say this with anybody that you're dating. Know that you have limits. Your time is valuable. You're not at her disposal. You have other things going. And that demonstrates that she's not your number one priority. No woman finds it attractive if you put her as your number one priority. It's simpy, it's weak, it's beta, it's puppy doggy. So you don't want to be in that situation where you're signifying that from the outset, because as soon as she detects that weakness, you're going to become a means of, again, her getting something or disposing of you or putting you immediately in the friend zone because you've demonstrated weakness. Another red flag, I would say, key red flag number 4 would be if she's openly sort of a pagan. I don't mean literally an Odinist neo-pagan, because they might actually have more virtues than the average college party girl pagan. I'm saying in a generic sense of essentially no spirituality, no grounding, no connection to God. And that's not to say that there's not wild, fake people in churches. There certainly are. But if you're looking for somebody who's got stability and you're thinking long term, you got to think about, well, how am I going to raise my kid with somebody who is an atheist, a complete pagan, has no interest in the values and traits that you want to instill in your progeny? And I would say that this is really important, because I've known people in the past who, my friends, for example, who got with girls that didn't have any positive traits in the spirituality side of things in terms of God, Christianity, and they ended up paying the price later down the road when, for example, there was a pregnancy and the woman didn't want it, the guy did, and you can guess what happened. So that's a huge red flag. You want to make sure they have the same worldview, the same values, or else it's a disaster waiting to happen. Remember, like I said, no one will be perfect. There's nobody that's going to have a perfect green check mark all the way down, getting all the multiple choice answers correct. There's going to be some flaw in all people because we're fallen, but you can't let your weenus cloud your judgment when it comes to these issues, because this is your future. It's your life. It's your wealth. It's your progeny. I would say red flag number 5 is single moms. Now, this is not universal. If you're older, you're probably going to have a hard time not finding somebody who has kids or something like that. But if you're a younger guy and you're tempted with the single mom phenomena, I would be aware of that, because in many cases, she might have become a church woman after being a single mom or something like that, because she's now looking for somebody to help her with the bills and whatnot. But you don't necessarily want to be that dude saddled down with some other person's kid, raising that kid, having to deal with an ex-husband or so forth, a baby daddy. That's a red flag. Again, maybe in some situation there's some anomalous case where it actually works out for you. And like I said, these are not intended to be one deal breaker examples. These are red flags that if they start piling up, now some of these, I mean, I think they could be deal breakers. If she's been extremely profligate, you could say, if she's been with a lot of people, that's going to be difficult for her to pair bond with you. If she's had coitus with a whole bunch of dudes. So I would say that's definitely a deal breaker. But other things that maybe she doesn't have a good relationship with her dad, that might not necessarily be a total deal breaker because everybody has, like I said, difficult situations. Number 6, red flag number 6 would be if she's over there texting dudes while she's with you, that's either a poop test or she is not interested in you and this is a disaster waiting to happen and you're going to get used. If she's not giving you the attention and spending her time talking to you, she's not into you and you might as well just move on. In fact, it would be a show, I think, of self-respect for you to go ahead and move towards ending the date or the interactions if she's disrespected you by sitting there and texting some other dude. I mean, think about it. No woman would stand for you texting some other girl while you're out hanging out or whatever it is you're doing a date, especially. I think it's just a sign of disrespect. So if she's going to disrespect you that early on, she's probably not going to respect you later on. I would say the next one, if she's a partier, if she goes out a lot, she's got a lot of guy friends, she parties a lot, she's got all this crowd of yapping wine mom friends that she hangs out with, or college wine girl friends, whatever. Beware of that, because you're not really going to be just dating her or getting in a relationship with her. You're also in a relationship, unfortunately, with all of her friends and family, because they will be influencing her and telling her this, that, and the other thing, and probably why you're no good. But the most important relationship is, of course, the immediate family parental situation, a relationship to her dad and her mom and her relatives, and then what types of people she hangs out with. Is she partying all the time and so forth? Again, partying sometimes, everybody's going to do that, but like excessive partying, I think, is huge red flag. And that leads to red flag number 8, which is the usage of pills. In my time being single and dating for many, many years before I was with Jamie, there were a lot of girls who had serious pill problems. It was a recurring thing where it didn't matter whether I met a girl in a big city, a small town, they were pill heads, and it was a serious problem. In fact, a couple of them ended up in rehab, and they later apologized for crazy things that they had done. It's just wild stuff, but those are red flags, and you want to stay away from that. And I've learned that the hard way. And the same goes for too much drinking as well, right? It's not just is she on this or that SSRI, or is she taking too many whatever. Is she hopped up on goofballs? Is she maxed out on slimy jammies? Is she snorting gobby wafers? I mean, whatever she's into, stay away from them, because that's not a good sign. Stay away from her is what I mean. People that are addicted to various substances and alcohol too, I mean, they're usually not in control. So something else is controlling their life and kind of running the show. But again, that's not a one size fits all. Like going out sometimes, having celebratory events every now and then, not a big deal. I would also say the next one, the next big red flag, this is what, 8? Around 8 or 9, I forget. 8, I think. Psycho test. Does she have psycho traits? Is she managing a hedge fund and demanding that you send certified mail from a known doctor about your sexual history? I actually had a Tiger Queen Asian girl I dated one time who demanded that I send by certified mail a doctor's analysis of my privy member to see if I didn't have any STDs. I thought that was really odd after like 2 or 3 dates, but that to me is a sign of something kind of overboard. This person also said that they had made entire flowcharts like on QuickBooks of ex-boyfriends and the pros and the cons, and she had like some kind of algorithm figured out. Like that's crazy. Now all women are going to have some degree of kind of erratic crazy, but there's some kind of line, and you're going to have to determine what the line is, what Obama's red line is for you in terms of what's over the line. The next one I would say is kind of sums up a lot of the earlier ones, and this is 9 and 10. You can put them together. I've already lost track of what numbers I'm on, but self-control and social media. If she has no self-control, and that could apply to the domains of spending all of her money, blowing money, debt, going massively into debt, being in debt. You might be, for example, the unlucky dupe who she chooses to help her out of her debt, for example. If you are noticing her spending exorbitant amounts of time on Instagram and TikTok, these are red flags. And as I said, no self-control in any of these areas of life. Not just is she drinking too much or whatever, but no self-control in anything. Like I said, money, career, job. It would be a good thing if she wants to be a mom, right? So if she wants to be a career woman, that's going to be a difficult one because a lot of women nowadays do want to be career women. And if your expectations are that you want to date or see somebody who's not working, that's going to severely limit your options. But if you can get in a position where she doesn't have to, she might be willing to do that down the road, unless she's committed to getting her law degree or something like that. I've dated girls that were committed lawyers and all this, and that just wasn't going to work for me. So those are red flags, I would say, that if they start stacking up 2, 3 of them, is pretty much a no-go. Remember, choq.com, choq.com, the best in supplementation. If you want to support my site and my work, head on over to choq.com and use the promo code JAY40 to get 40% off all those excellent products like the Tongkat Ali, the Tongkat 100, proven to boost testosterone. This is workout adjacent. This is Doing great. What's on your mind?
Let's see. So this is Sam. You reached out to me, my DMs, and asked if I wanted to join this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did have a couple questions about orthodoxy. We just started talking about the Greek, the schism between the Greek Orthodox and the Russian Orthodox. So my question was, like, how would you advise someone to choose between those two churches? I think you're Russian Orthodox.
I do attend a Russian Orthodox church, but at the stage, even though the two patriarchates are not in communion, they still accept each other's sacraments. So we usually tell people that they go to whatever is available around them, but they would have to make a decision only if there was a excommunication, in which case I would tell people to go with the Russian church, the Serbs, and others that would not go with the EP.
They're still in communion with each other.
They accept each other's sacraments, but they're at the canonical stage of not being in communion. So that they removed each other from the diptychs a couple of years ago. And at this point, either the schism will be healed or they will excommunicate one another.
So there are just, so it's not totally excommunicated yet. It's just...
Correct. And Orthodox canon law, there's stages to these things, and they're not at that stage. But as I pointed out in DMs, this is not unheard of. There have been many cases in history when patriarchates have been out of communion with one another.
Sure. I mean, obviously, the Roman Catholic Church is out of communion, and so I wanted to understand the contrast between the Roman Catholic schism and then the Greek and Russian Orthodox schism, because it seems like there's, well, I guess you wouldn't consider it a schism yet. Is that true?
Not technically yet, but it could progress to that.
So this is the first time I've heard. I have some friends that are Eastern Orthodox, and I've asked them about this, and they haven't explained that to me. So that's good to know. It seemed like there was no distinction between the two kinds of separations. One schism and one, I guess, there's just a spat.
Well, it's not the same as the Catholic situation, because the schism with the papacy wasn't just a schism; it ended up being a difference over doctrine and theology. So at this point, there wouldn't be an explicit difference between doctrine and theology between the EP and the MP, unless the EP continues in its pretty hardcore ecumenist type stances, and it has a pretty strong desire, it seems like, to go back to Rome. And I think at that point, if it went in that direction, that would definitely be beyond just schism. It would also be heresy. So for us, those are two different things. They're two different types of sins.
Yeah, and I think you said there's not a difference in doctrine. I understand that's an important term of art. The principal cause of the separation being the powers of the ecumenical patriarch. Is that right?
Oh, well, in terms of this situation, it has to do with a reversal of stance on the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. So the EP formerly supported the Orthodox Canonical Church under Metropolitan Onufri, and then reversed his stance when the State Department put pressure on him. So the CIA and the State Department went in and set up a schismatic fake Orthodox church and then pressured the EP to support it, which was all a flip from what he previously said and did. So at the level of state interference and jurisdictional squabbles, that's where we're at. It's not a heresy per se, although if it persists and it goes in the direction that the schismatic church in the Ukraine wants, it would actually be heresy, because they're already pushing a lot of heretical ideas.
Which church are you saying is pushing radical ideas? The Greek Orthodox?
No, I said in the Ukraine, the State Department and the CIA went in and set up a schismatic Orthodox church founded by people who were previously rejected, like Duminko, as not even being validly ordained. The EP previously rejected any of that and supported the canonical Orthodox Church in Ukraine. And so it reversed its stance and now supports the open schismatic group that the CIA openly set up. So that's the EP's mistake. And it was done at the behest of the State Department and the CIA, forcing and pushing the EP to do so.
And you said that's open, that the CIA and State Department did that, or that's just something?
Yeah, you can go read the public. They even had it on their website. They congratulated, the State Department congratulated the schismatic Ukraine church from being set up, for being set up, I should say. And the former CIA head flew over there and gave rewards to the Dumenko schismatic that's the head of it.
And then isn't like the Russian Orthodox Church setting up churches in Africa now as well? I believe I read that.
Yeah, I mean, the Russian church has mission churches everywhere. Europe, Africa, France. I mean, there's a lot of growth of the church set in France now that the Roman Catholic churches are basically going out of business.
How big of a deal do you think? Excuse me, my son's in the background. How big of a deal do you think it is that the Russian Orthodox and the Greek Orthodox Church don't commune with each other?
Again, I gave you, there's multiple examples where this has happened in church history, like the Meletian Schism in the 4th century. You have the Macedonian Schism that I sent you an article about. You have a more recent healing of a schism, Bulgarian Schism. I mean, all these things have happened multiple times in the first millennium and the second millennium of Christianity. So it's unfortunate, but it's pretty common in church history.
Sure.
Do you find that to be a defeater? Do you think that the Lutheran Missouri Synod splitting from the others, is that a defeat for Lutheranism?
Oh, well, so the way you explained it, it's not a defeater unless there's a complete schism. It wouldn't be a defeater. However, that would not be an issue for Protestants, as we have a different idea of what the church is. So Protestants don't have institutional. The fact that Protestants all don't share in the same institution is kind of like the definition of Protestantism almost. So I don't think that would be an issue for Protestants. But if
so, you would that mean that Protestants don't have normative authority?
Why do you ask?
Well, the idea of being able to excommunicate some group presupposes that another group has or believes they have normative authority. And so that means that you can bind people's conscience to a decision in an ethical way. So in ethics, normativity has to do with oughts and binding people to moral oughts. But since Protestantism has no, quote, institution, as you said, that's kind of a single institution, it would seem to follow that there's not really any normative authority. And so there's not really anything that's any kind of sensible excommunication or any kind of real sensible notion of schism.
No notion of schism. Well, so let's see. So you do have different Protestant churches. Some have open communion, some have closed communion. And so
yeah, so that would speak to my point that there's no normative authority.
And so, like, for example, the LCMS, communion, you would not take communion with someone unless you shared the same doctrine, is the point. It's a part of it is a showing of doctrinal unity.
Do you think that the church fathers of the Council of Nicaea believe the same thing as the Lutheran Missouri Synod?
Do I believe the church fathers at the Council of Nicaea believe the same thing as the LCMS? I imagine that there are differences.
Do you think they were Christians? Do you think that they had normative authority, or that they believed that they could excommunicate people like?
Well, so excommunication would mean that you do not allow them to take communion from your church.
Well, yeah, you kick them out, right? So you hand them over to Satan, like Paul says to the Corinthians.
Well, if you refuse someone communion, then you're not having communion with them.
Well, that's not all that's in excommunication. You're also banned from the church and all the sacraments. So it's not just communion. It's any sacrament like confession or even marriage. So you don't get any of the church's sacraments if you're excommunicated. But what I'm getting at is, if the church at Nicaea, as an example, believed that they had normative authority to excommunicate people from the church, meaning that they're banned and they're outside of it, then they had normative authority. How come your church doesn't have normative authority as a principle operating in it when the church fathers at Nicaea thought they had? It seems like it's a totally different group, a totally different church.
Let's see. So whether something is right or wrong or true or false doesn't depend on our ability to discern it. So for example, I would subscribe to the First Council of Nicaea, not because the church said it. However, I would subscribe.
Yeah, that's not addressing what I asked you. So remember when you said philosophy was a crap discipline?
Yes.
This is where you should have learned from it, because you would understand what normative authority is. It means the ability to bind people to an ought, like for example, and then make an analogy, the Supreme Court interprets the Constitution, right? Now, we might disagree with them, but at least they in the land have the authority to bind people to some decision about the documents of the Constitution. And I'm saying that it's pretty clear from Nicaea that the church fathers at that council, even if you don't agree with them, they believe that they had the authority to bind people to the decisions of Nicaea and excommunicate all of Arius's followers and Arius himself. And I'm saying your church does not have that principle of normative authority at all operating in it by your own admission. So it seems like it's a totally different church.
It is a different institution, but I don't think we would disagree with agree with each other on the point that, yeah, I don't think something is true because the LCMS says it's true, or because the Russian Orthodox Church or the First Council of Nicaea says it.
Okay, that has nothing to do with normative authority. Whether that body of people believe that they have the ability to bind people to a decision. I'm not asking whether you think it's true or false. I'm asking whether you think or admit that they had that in their minds as something that they could do.
Perhaps they did not, but I'm not concerned with what they believed.
Oh my God. So you're not concerned with what Nicaea believes?
That's correct, yes.
Wow. I mean, it's funny because at least Luther was concerned with what Nicaea believed, because he believed himself to be, in some sense, a Nicene Christian. So at least you're pretty honest about what being completely divorced from what the Council of Nicaea taught. You don't care?
Well, I care to the extent that I believe it. So it's not true from the fact that it was voted on by a bunch of bishops.
Yeah, you're going away from it. Yeah, it has nothing to, again, maybe if you'd had philosophy, you would know the difference between certitude and normative authority. They're two different things. You keep going back to certitude, which is not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if the Council Fathers believed that they had normative authority, that they could bind people's decisions. Even if you think it's wrong, they believed if they excommunicate Arius and his followers, they believe they have the authority to do that. And you admitted that your church or your group doesn't really operate that way and is a different institution. So to me, that sounds like you're a sectarian and you're not actually in any historical church.
Let's see. So as you point out, I'm not a respecter of the discipline of philosophy. I think you can get carried away with these abstract terms and end up lost from them. People I respect historically aren't people of the philosophical discipline. So that's true. I think.
Yeah, but maybe that's coming from a place of your own pride and ignorance, because you would know the difference between what I'm talking about instead of just shitting on people's lifetime study and research out of the gates when you don't know anything about it. So it's just funny to me that you came into the DMs talking shit about how I don't have any background that's worth anything, and that when you come to the debate to discuss stuff, you can't make basic distinctions between individual certitude and the idea of normativity.
Yeah, so I think if you can't explain something, like Feynman said, explain it to a child, then maybe you don't understand it yourself. That's sort of the...
And I don't understand the difference between normativity and certitude, even though I explained it multiple times. It's the difference between individual abstract, knowledge, conceptual objectivity, that kind of stuff, versus a body of people binding other people to a decision. Those are two different things.
Yeah, so suppose the Council of Nicaea had voted differently. What would you do with that?
How is that relevant to what we're talking about? That's not even what happened.
Suppose they had voted differently than they did. Then tell me about this process of binding one's conscience.
Again, it's missing the point of what I'm arguing. Again, you literally can't make this distinction. I don't think you understand the difference. Do you understand the difference between me saying 2 + 2 = 4 and a body of people saying that you ought to believe that 2 + 2 is 4? Those are two different things. Do you understand that in the Reformation, there's this doctrine of the freedom of conscience, and the Reformed confessions, the Lutheran confessions, they all talk about the right of private interpretation, the freedom of conscience, and the freedom of worship. Those are classical Reformation ideas. Those do not line up with the Church of the First 1,000 Years, as an example, because the Church of the First 1,000 Years consistently in the ecumenical councils binds people to those decisions. I don't care whether you think it's wrong or right. I'm making a different point that body of people, that historical entity, the church, believed and acted as if they had normative authority, whether it's wrong or right. They believed and acted that way, correct?
We can stipulate that. I'm fine with that.
So if they had this feature, which again, if you look at Paul's letters to the Corinthians, he tells the Corinthians to excommunicate and throw out the people that don't live according to the Christian principles. He tells them to hand them over to Satan, kick them out of the church because they're causing a ruckus at the Lord's Supper, they're not reverencing it, etc. So there's excommunication for the church as a normative principle and power that they have. This is something that exists all the way up until the Reformation, calling into question this idea. and getting rid of the notion of normativity. It's not a question of individual certitude about what's right or wrong. It's a question of historical bodies of people believing and calling people out and excommunicating them. So the point then is Lutheranism is not the historical church because it rejects the church having normative authority.
So I don't think the church has ever. So when you say normative authority, so something is decided to be right or wrong based on the vote of a council.
Oh my gosh. Are you serious? See, this is why it doesn't make sense for people like you to be so arrogant and come into my DMs and talk so much shit. And after the fourth explanation, you still don't understand what I'm saying.
So you actually came into my DMs as a matter of...
No, well, you came onto the comments talking shit about me.
Yes.
And how bad I was and how nasty I was. And then in the comments, I have a crap discipline of philosophy. And you can't make a basic distinction. You said I studied a crap discipline.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me? Can anyone else hear me?
Hello?
All right. Can you all hear me? We're just going to move on. It's a complete waste of time. Doing great with...
You're a very high IQ individual who can somehow reconcile the idea of living a very purposeful life with the idea that actually there's no purpose to anything. But for the vast majority of people, that is not actually how they live. And I would suggest that even in your daily life, you don't get out of bed in the morning thinking, man, my biology is driving me this morning to get on the bike, have a great day, the sun is shining, that's my biology.
Well, that's true, but the debate needs to go out of the whole domain of what helps people and what makes them feel good and what's good for them and for society. Because that has nothing to do with what's true or false. Again, that might be something we can draw out as an implication of what's true and false in this debate. The whole debate is wrong-headed. I mean, how do we know what's good for society if we don't know the good? And every way that this argument goes in this discussion so far, it's already just assuming that there's a common ground idea of what the good is. So what he ought to be doing is pressing Alex O'Connor on the good, the justification for the good, and pressing the deterministic naturalist fallacy, which O'Connor has already committed to.
Biology doing this. And I don't think that most people who live purposeful lives, even if they believe that everything they're doing is predetermined by the world around them, by their own biology, I don't believe they actually feel that. They have to engage in what they themselves would term an illusion in order to feel a sense of purpose and meaning in their lives.
Of course, but that's what the evolutionary process, in my view, in my worldview, I should say, has done so well, is provide precisely that illusion. I mean, it's not as that...
Wait a minute. The evolutionary worldview has provided that illusion? Is that what? Let's
feel that.
Make sure he said that.
That they have to engage in what they themselves would term an illusion in order to feel a sense of purpose and meaning in their life.
So to have purpose and meaning, Ben Shapiro is saying, you basically have to commit yourself to the illusion of purpose and meaning in this worldview that Alex O'Connor has. So I'll make sure I heard him say this.
Of course, but that's what the evolutionary process, in my view, in my worldview, I should say, has done so well, is provide precisely that illusion. I mean,
the evolutionary worldview has... What? I mean, he's like, does anyone understand he's losing the debate on his own? He's like, he's ruining himself very well. If I was Ben Shapiro, I'd be like, I'm just gonna sit back and let you talk. I just keep talking, please. Right? If I was Ben Shapiro, I'd be like, keep talking, dude. You're doing great refuting yourself, because what you just said, like, what?
It's not as that. I mean, you say, look, you don't get out of bed in the morning thinking, gosh, you know, look at my biological.
My neurons are
drive."
firing. Yeah.
Of course not, because if I did, then the whole evolutionary purpose that this illusion serves would fall away. I mean,
did he just admit that the entire worldview that he believes is an evolutionary system that provides the illusion? But guess what? Your belief in the evolutionary system is also a part of the illusion, dummy. I mean, this is like, I mean, this is not rocket science, guys. You don't even need all the philosophical, you don't need philosophical training to realize that what he said just canceled out all of his argumentation and his whole worldview. In other words, my worldview is an illusion, but it helps me to live and have meaning, to not think about how my worldview is an illusion and meaningless. So let me hear him say this again, because it's hard to believe you actually argued this. Like, are you really just destroying your own position this easily? I mean, what?
You say, look, you don't get out of bed in the morning thinking, gosh, you know, look at my biological.
My neurons are
drive."
firing. Yeah.
Of course not, because if I did, then the whole evolutionary purpose that this illusion serves would fall away. I mean,
oh, so my whole worldview would collapse if I were to admit what is actually the case, that my worldview isn't really meaningful or coherent. But let me live my delusion and push my delusion, even though it's complete philosophical nonsense, as I try to make arguments and use logic and argumentation to have a meaningful discourse, which Ben Shapiro, to his credit, had already pointed out would be impossible. This whole argument with itself would be impossible if Alex O'Connor's worldview were true. So Alex O'Connor showing up to make this argument proves that Alex O'Connor does not believe his own worldview, and his own worldview is nonsense and incoherence.
you say that this is a fairly purposeless life, and perhaps the implication is that it's a bit of a depressing one. I didn't come here to inspire optimism in people. I just think it is in fact the case.
By the way.
It is in fact the case that
Right, so he's trying to be the edgy atheist that owns it, but you didn't own your edginess. You didn't own up to it. You didn't affirm edginess. You destroyed your whole argument, dummy. But remember what Paul says? Now, Alex O'Connor, I'm sure Cosmic Skeptic, sees himself as a very sophisticated, popular YouTuber and college graduate man. Right? In other words, atheism is not a problem of intellect, right? Because does Scripture say that the atheist is ignorant? No, it calls him a fool. Does Romans 1 say that men just don't know because they haven't done enough syllogisms and enough Aristotelian logic? They just don't know. No, it says that all men know and are guilty because they suppress the truth deep down. So deep down, Alex O'Connor almost told you that he knows his worldview is total bullshit. Because if he were to admit what it really is, the illusion of the coherence and the rationality of the evolutionary worldview and survival of the fittest and all the stuff that he thinks is meaningful falls away as an illusion and is actually meaningless. But he will not admit that because he's committed to a delusion, which is not ultimately about reasoning and intellect. It's a problem of pride. Atheism is spiritual delusion, as the church elders say. It's not an intellectual problem. Atheism is an intellectual choice that is a result of a moral problem, a spiritual problem. Do you guys see that? And why that's the case?
the world doesn't exist. And we may feel very nihilistic towards that, but as a wise man once said, facts don't care about your feelings. And I will say that the argument...
Well, wait a minute. If facts don't care about your feelings, then facts also don't care about your chosen delusions. And if your worldview is an admitted chosen delusion because it helps you to have meaning, which you already admitted it's all a lie, then all of your arguments are also delusions and lies. Oops.
Against free will, in my view, is based upon something broader than just scientific analysis or empirical research. Rather, we can build an argument, I think, from a law of logic, the proposition that P must either be true or false, and it can't be both, it can't be neither. It has to be one or the other.
We can build a worldview from a law of logic. Remember Matt Dillahunty? I don't know what transcendental categories are, they just are. So this is a magical, irrational faith in something that he calls a law of logic, which in his worldview doesn't even make sense. He believes in a determined, chaotic, meaningless, dysteleological universe. Presumably of pure matter. I assume he's a materialist determinist. Okay, a law of logic is not determined matter, dummy. It can't be. So what is it? Oh, it's an invariant, abstract, immaterial. Oh, but wait a minute. You don't have a basis to believe in those things. Because the same argumentation that you would use against a immaterial, invariant, unchanging God is the same argument that undercuts and destroys your belief in abstract, universal, metaphysical principles like laws of logic. Duh. This is just the Bonsenstein debate all over again. You don't have a basis to believe in a law of logic. Laws of logic make sense in a theistic worldview. They do not make sense in your worldview. And you just admitted that it's an illusion anyway that falls away if you were to admit what's really going on at the biological level in your worldview. So basically saying, all my arguments are delusions. They don't exist, but accept them because it helps me look cool on the internet, which it doesn't look cool, but anyway.
Now, this law of the excluded middle, one of the foundational precepts of philosophy, we can simply ask a question of any kind of mental activity. And this will be regardless of whether it's material or immaterial. That's what makes this a crucial argument and an important one.
I'm sorry, and how do you give an account for what's immaterial in your worldview as a determinist? I mean, I'm sorry, I feel sorry for you guys. It's a disservice to you guys that this is what the masses are presented with as the height of intellectual sophistication is cosmic skeptic, right? I mean, college is not a place where you're taught to rigorously, critically think. College is a place where you're indoctrinated to be churned out as an Alex O'Connor. Does that make sense?
Is that you can ask of that mental activity, is it determined or is it not? That is it determined by anything else or is it completely undetermined by anything? If it's undetermined by anything, then it's random, and you're by definition not in control of that which is random. If it's determined by something, then it's either determined by something further inside your mind or inside your brain or indeed inside your soul, or it's determined by something external to your brain. If it's determined by something external to yourself, I should say yourself rather than your brain here to rid this conversation of any implicit materialism, exterior to your...
Wait a minute. Rid the conversation of materialism. I mean, aren't you committed to that? I mean, I'm not going to grant you that you have a basis to believe in anything immaterial in your materialistic universe or worldview, which you seem to be wanting to do now that you're talking about minds and selves. Excuse me, those are metaphysics. And the same chopping block that would cut off God for you in your worldview are also going to cut off things like minds and selves and laws of logic. Do you not get this? Atheists, you guys are super low IQ. I know it's hard to get you guys to understand this, but the same chopping block that cuts God off cuts off souls, selves, consciousness, the will, the good, laws of logic. Can you not see this? And yet here you are, every time you make a sentence, assuming laws of logic, meaning, telos, etc., etc., etc. Okay, right. So now that we all admit you're doing that, we need to hear an account for that. What is your account for your use and your belief in these things, which you've already admitted, by the way, are illusions and don't work? I mean, this is I guess the audience is just being gaslit, I guess, and that everybody just wants to be gaslit. They want to be, lie to me, please. Yes, please spank me. Intellectually spank me, please, Alex O'Connor. Please, I want Stockholm Syndrome because the atheist arguments are good, even though deep down I know they're complete nonsense. Please, intellectually spank me. I'm a bad person.
Self. If that's what's determining the action, then clearly you're not in ultimate control of that action. If it's something inside of yourself somewhere, then all you do is push the problem back and you ask the question again. Is that thing determined or is it indeterminate? Indeterminate, it's random. Determined, you keep going back until you either terminate in something outside of the self, something, or I suppose something undetermined and therefore random, either of which you are completely...
Dude, Alex O'Connor is so bad at debate that Trent Horn, who is mediocre at debate, completely demolished Alex O'Connor within about 40 minutes and had him contradicting himself right away. So, like, and I'm not trying to be mean to Trent, but my honest assessment as a person who knows how to debate of the debate with Trent, I would say Trent is a mediocre debater because he miserably failed to even understand the basic critiques I was making in our natural theology debate. So I give Trent a mid-grade. And Trent demolished both Matt Dillahunty and Alex O'Connor. So what does that tell you? So this is like super low-grade level argumentation. And I hope you guys can see this. So, and I get asked maybe once every week or two, when are you going to debate Cosmic Skeptic? When are you going to debate Alex O'Connor? You think I haven't asked and sent emails and sent tweets countless times to all these people? Of course. That's never going to happen. And the reason it's never going to happen is not just because he's got a bigger channel or whatever. It's because there's no reason for him to do that debate. People who have this tier of debate, I guarantee you, can sniff out who would really demolish them in a debate. So there's no reason for them to do it. What optics, what do they gain from that debate? Because the majority of the population has already figured out that they think that this is high tier debate. The debate that we would have would probably fly over the heads of most people anyway. So it's, what good would that even do? And it would only draw away the smarter aspects of Alex O'Connor's audience into theism or into our camp, right? So there's really no advantages to debating people who might beat you in a debate. And I think deep down they sniff it out. They know that I better stick to people in my wheelhouse, right? That I could probably hang with. Why would I debate somebody who, has spent 20 plus years studying epistemology and metaphysics when I can have a much lower tier, much more pop-friendly debate? So again, that's explaining to you guys why would Alex O'Connor have a debate with me? Well, literally there's no reason for him to do it. There's nothing he gains from having a debate with me.
Out of control. If you say that it terminates in something like a soul, people like to do this. They say, well, look, with a religious philosophy, we have the benefit of introducing a soul. That doesn't solve anything. Because you still need to, it's not a matter of having to explain the mechanism by which the soul brings about actions. That may well be a mystery. But if it is the case that whatever it is that's doing that is either determined or it's not, and that if it's not, it's random and therefore out of your control, and that if it is, it ultimately...
Well, first thing I would say is that he's basing all of this on his belief in the law of the excluded middle. But as a atheist materialist, he doesn't have any basis or justification for believing in invariant immaterial laws. So I don't know how he knows or thinks that there's such a thing as a law of excluded middle in a deterministic universe. Number two, he's already admitted that a bunch of the things that we've talked about. Now he's arguing like there are souls and minds and selves, which he has no basis for either. So I don't know why we're supposed to think that those things exist in his worldview and why he's going to use those things and appeal to those things. Unless he's a car salesman and he's selling people obvious contradictions and lies and gaslighting people, which could be the case. But it's a false, it also could be a false dialectic, right? Like his argument was that from the law of the excluded middle, all of our actions are either completely determined or totally chaotic. Well, maybe a person is a unique kind of metaphysical thing that can be influenced by different types of things, and so their choices are neither totally biologically determined nor totally random. Maybe free will is a unique metaphysical category that doesn't fit into your bizarre, arbitrary, ad hoc either or, right? And he's going to say, oh, now you're attacking on unknown and unprovable metaphysical things. Oh, yeah, exactly. Like what you just talked about for the last 5 minutes. Unknown, unprovable metaphysical things in your worldview that make no sense. Do you guys understand the strength of presuppositional apologetics? Presuppositional apologetics is an immediate IQ test to eliminate from the outset everybody mediocre and under. It is the litmus test of mediocre and under immediately being canceled out. That's the strength of it when you understand what we're talking about.
Ultimately terminates in something outside of yourself, or
Aristotelian logic. They just don't know. No, it says that all men know and are guilty because they suppress the truth deep down. So deep down, Alex O'Connor almost told you that he knows his worldview is total bullshit. Because if he were to admit what it really is, the illusion of the coherence and the rationality of the evolutionary worldview and survival of the fittest and all the stuff that he thinks is meaningful falls away as an illusion and is actually meaningless. But he will not admit that because he's committed to a delusion, which is not ultimately about reasoning and intellect. It's a problem of pride. Atheism is spiritual delusion, as the church elders say. It's not an intellectual problem. Atheism is an intellectual choice that is a result of a moral problem, a spiritual problem. Do you guys see that and why that's the case?
The world doesn't exist, and we may feel very nihilistic towards that, but as a wise man once said, facts don't care about your feelings. And I will say that the argument...
Well, wait a minute. If facts don't care about your feelings, then facts also don't care about your chosen delusions. And if your worldview is an admitted chosen delusion because it helps you to have meaning, which you already admitted it's all a lie, then all of your arguments are also delusions and lies. Oops.
Against free will, in my view, is based upon something broader than just scientific analysis or empirical research. Rather, we can build an argument, I think, from a law of logic, the proposition that P must either be true or false, and it can't be both, it can't be neither. It has to be one or the other.
We can build a worldview from a law of logic. Remember Matt Dillahunty? I don't know what transcendental categories are, they just are. So this is a magical, irrational faith in something that he calls a law of logic, which in his worldview doesn't even make sense. He believes in a determined, chaotic, meaningless, dysteleological universe. Presumably of pure matter. I assume he's a materialist determinist. Okay, a law of logic is not determined matter, dummy. It can't be. So what is it? oh, it's an invariant, abstract, immaterial. Oh, but wait a minute, you don't have a basis to believe in those things. Because the same argumentation that you would use against a immaterial, invariant, unchanging God is the same argument that undercuts and destroys your belief in abstract, universal, metaphysical principles like laws of logic. Duh. This is just the Bunsen-Stein debate all over again. You don't have a basis to believe in a law of logic. Laws of logic. Duh. This is just the Bunsen-Stein debate all over again. Again, principles like laws of logic. Duh. This is just the Bunsen. Stein debate all over again. You don't have a basis to believe in a law of logic. Laws of logic make sense in a theistic worldview. They do not make sense in your worldview. And you just admitted that it's an illusion anyway. Where he covers the Logi. What's up? Are we live? Is it working? This thing never says live now when you go live. Are we live? Yes, we are. Can I be heard? What's up, y'all? How you doing today? Happy Lord's Day. We're live. Is the audio good? Because this is going to be a little weird the way I've got it rigged up. I had to go buy a PC because of the streaming issues with Catalina and OBS. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'll put a link to the debate. We're going to be playing the debate, so I don't know if I'll play the whole debate because it's about 2 hours, but yes, but we're going to be skipping around. So we got our we got some incense blowing here. We're going to let the incense blow. Debate is on YouTube, multiple places, 100,000, 50,000, very well known. No, the bookshelf is not back. That's just that's the books that I had with me in Florida. The bookshelves, the thousands of books are in storage. I'll have them back very soon. I'm going to let some people roll up in here. I will have this entire room filled out, both walls, and then we actually have another room for the spillover. It will also be full as well. So literally the half of my house is library. The book props are back because, of course, it's all fake. There was a trad today who was saying that all the photos that I did of the priests that I've interviewed, it's all fake. Yeah, it's all staged. So that's the level that the trads have resorted to now, is that I photoshopped all of my all the photographs, all the interviews are fake. I spliced my voice in. So it's all fake. So today we're going to be reviewing and analyzing the Great Debate. This is the greatest debate of the 20th century. The Father Copleston Bertrand Russell debate is retarded. It's not any good. It's a dumb debate. Actually, Stein will reference that debate as if that's the great debate. Little did Stein know that he was actually getting demolished in the 20th century's greatest debate. So poor Gordon Stein, I think he never recovered from this debate and ended up totally demolished. So we're going to be reviewing it point by point, and I think it would be very instructive because actually Jamie was asking me about apologetics. She was asking me about what's the relationship of Christianity to philosophy, how the church fathers view philosophy, where has it become a problem, how are we not deceived by worldly philosophy, as Paul says. And yet, many of the greatest church fathers were trained in classical pedagogy and philosophy. Basil has a whole letter where he discusses the advantages of classical education, pedagogy. St. Gregory Palamas himself was trained in Aristotelian logic. The deepest, most difficult, one of the most difficult fathers of the church is, of course, St. Maximus himself. And so you can get the Ambigua, and you can get Ad Thalassium, difficulties in the church fathers. And you'll find that these are very scholastic treatises. Wait a minute, I thought the church fathers were, I thought orthodoxy was against being scholastic. No. We are against scholasticism, which is a Western theological system and presupposition. It's a approach to philosophy with a different ordo theologiae. So it has nothing to do with being anti-scholarly, anti-intellectual, anti-reason, or any of these other things that are misunderstandings. Reason has a proper place, right? But in Orthodox theology, it's not the highest faculty in man. The nous is the highest faculty in man, and the nous is only functioning properly when it's in tandem with the heart, right? So you can't have this division between pure intellect and repentance. So you have to repent in order to properly understand the world. Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you guys. Much appreciated. Welcome. So the other thing we want to do in this the guy I'm going to debate is a scholar and a lion. Okay, well, and he will eat me alive. Okay, so if you're here to, this is what you're here to do is shit talk like this. Come on, dude. It's funny because I talked to the guy that I'll be debating, and he has no philosophical training. So anyway, you're out of here, dude. What we want to do is clear up misconceptions. I mean, I know that the triads are not going to listen to us because they just say that anything that comes from a person, genetic fallacy, is Calvinism. So they'll use Aristotle, but when you use Aristotle, it's okay. But if I were to use a transcendental argument, it's a Calvinist argument because it comes from Greg Bahnsen and Cornelius Van Til. But you can use Aristotle. I mean, this is the level of low IQ that we have to deal with, where we can't look at argumentation as if it's true on its own grounds, irrespective of the source of where it comes from. That's one way to avoid the genetic fallacy, is that we can understand objective truth apart from the sources from where it comes. And that's ultimately because, as St. Maximus teaches us in his many definitive places in the Ambigua, where he covers the logi, the truths that we find in the world in any religion are ultimately derived from Christ. Are there truths outside of the bounds of Orthodox Christianity? Sure. We've never denied that. That's never been at the issue. The issue is about natural theology. The issue is about why Maximus doesn't do natural theology. And in fact, revealed theology, natural revelation, is a better way to characterize it. Because for St. Maximus, the content of what the Roman Catholics are calling natural theology, the content of that theology is the same content as revealed theology. It's two different means of that theology coming to us. That will come into play in today's discussion because we are going to be talking about Greg Bahnsen and Calvinist theology. So we also want to be able to explicate how Calvinist theology is not bound up with transcendental argumentation. As if the only way to do a transcendental argument is to be a Calvinist. That's completely ridiculous. I mean, don't you think I know these topics like the back of my hand? I lived them and breathed them through my 20s and my 30s. Thank you. I'm very blessed. Glad to have a house. It's a gigantic mansion palace estate with 2-car garage for the 2 Bentleys that I own because I sold my soul to the devil, and Wiccaphase did a ritual, and that's how I got my Bentleys in my palace. That is, if you believe the trad smears, which are all they ever do is do 2-hour videos on trying to smear you. They don't actually deal with who you are, your argumentation. But we will be taking super chats, so if you want to support Jay's analysis, feel free to with super chats. A couple things we wanted to mention too. Of course, again, the Ambigua are very difficult works, but they are worth mentioning because what we see in St. Maximus, if you're familiar with the Bradshaw treatise, Aristotle East and West, then you would be aware that St. Maximus has a different usage of Aristotle, as does St. John Damascus. Now, we've covered this for many years. I lectured on this 4 years ago now. I lectured on Fount of Knowledge 4 years ago, and classical theists just ignored it, acted like I never did. As if I didn't talk about how John Damascus uses the terms potentiality, actuality, as if I didn't talk about all of those things in the philosophical chapters 4 years ago. And then we lectured through the entirety of this book. But the reason I'm bringing this book up is that we want to point out, first of all, John Damascus, at the beginning of the book, uses a transcendental argument for God. Absolutely he does. Now, I think this actually refutes Dr. Malpass, who in our debate said that there's no transcendental argument in Aristotle. Well, St. John Damascus appears to get his argumentation most likely from Aristotle, because the entire Fount of Knowledge, not totally, but it relies a lot on Aristotle. So once again, we don't fall into the genetic fallacy of saying that we have to reject everything that Aristotle says, that we have to reject everything that Plato says. We also don't fall into the word concept fallacy of saying that because Plato or Plotinus uses logos, it means the exact same thing that John means when he says in John 1, logos. Orthodoxy is different in that it's not bound to those systems, and it was able to take words and concepts and transform them from Hellenic culture. But unfortunately, this causes a lot of confusion, and this is the root of most of the lack of progress in discussions and debates that we have with the Roman Catholics. So I want to remind everybody that at the beginning of this book, because they will say, there's no transcendental argument in John Damascus. There is. Let's read it. So this is on pages 12 and 13. He says, there are, however, some people who have endeavored to do away with philosophy entirely. By the way, how many of the fideistic so-called Orthodox say that there's no use for philosophy? Well, this is a whole book on it, on the proper use of philosophy, the philosophical chapters. The Church Fathers teach philosophy. We teach what the Church Fathers teach about philosophy. And so he's rebuking not just people who would do away with it like sophists, but he's actually rebuking even the people who would say that philosophy is useless. Now, ultimately, though, he's responding to the sophist. What would you say, Aristotle, in metaphysics? Aristotle says that there's an opponent. He says, what would you say to the opponent who says that philosophy itself cannot justify philosophy? Logic can't justify logic. And John Damascus essentially uses the same argument from Aristotle's Metaphysics, where he says, which proves that John Damascus at least understood Aristotle to be using a transcendental argument, which Malpass had no knowledge of. When he did his response, he had no knowledge of this, didn't even acknowledge. He doesn't know who John Damascus is. How is it that you say that there is neither philosophy nor knowledge nor perception? Do you know and perceive? Or is it by your not knowing and perceiving it? St. John is replying to the skeptic. If you perceive it, well, then you have knowledge and perception. But if it is by not knowing it, then no one will believe you, since you're discussing something of which you have no knowledge. Since then there is such a thing as philosophy, and since there is such a thing as knowledge, let us talk about knowledge, being, and philosophy. So he begins the work with a transcendental argument, and he argues against the sophist, right? And he says that sophistry is self-refuting because it presupposes the things that it would like to critique and refute. In arguing against logic, you have presupposed logic. So the work is called The Fount of Knowledge, or the Philosophical Chapters, and it's one of the classic works from the Orthodox Fathers on philosophy and the good of philosophy. Now, having dedicated 20 years to the church, well, not 13, 14 years to the church fathers, 20 years to studying philosophy, 20 years to studying transcendental argumentation, I know this topic. I know it very well. I have grad papers I've written on this topic. I have posted my grad papers on this topic where we discuss whether propositions, beliefs, predication, are they theory-laden or do they come to us as brute factuality? So what you're going to see in this great debate is that most of the controversial, confused topics that come up when people analyze the stuff that we talk about, when they have objections to what we talk about, they're all going to come up in the Bonsenstein debate. And it's going to be a great place for me to contrast our view from Roman Catholicism and from Calvinism. So we'll see the distinction between Protestantism, Roman Catholicism, and our position in our apologetic in this debate. Now, I'm going to put into the chat another great testament to why we don't believe in natural theology. There's a whole essay in St. Justin Popovich's famous book, Orthodox Faith and Life in Christ, because apparently there are some Orthodox people who don't know what we're talking about, who think that because Maximus uses the term law of nature, that means Thomistic natural theology, making the same word concept mistake that the Thomists make. And this is refuted adequately in the excellent chapter in this book, which is online, which I'm going to put into the chat right now from St. Justin Popovich, about the epistemology of St. Isaac the Syrian. What is the epistemology of St. Isaac the Syrian? Well, it's an epistemology based on the Logi, based on the doctrine of the Logi. The Logi doctrine, which does not begin with St. Maximus, right? This goes back to St. Paul. Paul talks about Christ being present in all things being made through Christ, Christ holding all things in being, him being the ground of all reality ultimately. In Colossians, all things by him, for him, through him. Christ is the arche, Christ is the telos, Christ is the sustainer of reality, the triadic mode of reality, of created reality, that ultimately derives from Aristotle, that St. Maximus uses. So what we want to talk about is the proper use of philosophy and the proper understanding of interpreting the natural world. So what you will notice is that there's a perfect harmony between what St. Justin Popovich says and what Father Staniloae says. In that first chapter where he refutes natural theology and talks about how what we believe in is natural revelation, you're going to see that it's exactly what St. Justin Popovich says. The Orthodox Church does not teach natural theology, you see. And when I quote that, when I show that, then people lie and they say, oh, well, he's an ecumenist. No, he's not. We proved on my Twitter, I shared the essay he has against ecumenism. So just another lie. Lie, 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 lie. All that we see is lies. And then when we come to the essay from St. Justin Popovich about the theory of knowledge, that's called epistemology. Same thing. Justin Popovich has an essay on epistemology, you see. It's very frustrating to have to deal with the arrogance, the low IQ, the stupidity, the hard-headedness, the prelest of people who think that they're being pious, who want to one-up everybody, and they'll say something like, orthodoxy doesn't do philosophy. Do you understand that the term theory of knowledge, it just means epistemology? Epistemology is your theory of knowledge. It means the same thing. So people get hung up, though, on words and terms, and that's a huge source of confusion. In fact, wasn't it great when Dr. Bradshaw went on Reason and Theology with Candy Ibarra and Lofton and said everything that I said? I mean, I read Bradshaw's works 10 years ago. Don't you think I was relaying what he says and correct information? And Ibarra and Lofton were like, ugh, like they couldn't believe that when Dr. Bradshaw was on, that he said all the stuff I say. Well, of course. I mean, guess what? I'm not lying. Like, I really have studied these things. Like, why is it hard to believe? What? Just this silly, inane kind of like resorting to saying that it's all movie sets and like the sticky notes are just stuck in the books. I cannot really read. Anyway, being silly, but so the mystery of knowledge that you'll notice, I remember when I first encountered that, I was still in the vein of Thomism and thinking like a Thomist, and I couldn't understand how they were saying Orthodoxy was different, because I knew about Calvinism, which is what we're going to start here in a minute. Being a Calvinist, studying under Bahnsen, not directly under Bahnsen, but I went to Bahnsen Seminary for a year, studied under Chris Strevel when Bahnsen Seminary was a thing. And so I knew about the Cornelius Van Til Bahnsen critiques of natural theology. And in fact, Van Til has a whole book on this. But I couldn't get over the fact that Van Til had all these things wrong, right? So I didn't, back in 2002, I didn't know about Orthodoxy really. I just started reading the Latin Fathers, and I read a bunch of Augustine, thousands of pages of Augustine, and then I read everything I could get my hands on in terms of Aquinas back then. And so I ended up, going in the direction of Aquinas, because it just seemed like, well, you got all these things about the papacy and the early church. You've got all these things about, the episcopacy, the sacraments, the real presence, all these other things in the fathers. So gradually I was just like, yeah, I'm not buying this Calvinism stuff anymore. So I didn't really know about Orthodox perspectives. I hadn't read Maximus yet. Didn't know anything about St. Maximus. Didn't know anything about Christology. Didn't know anything about the essence energy distinction yet. I was about to start looking into that question. But I knew that there was there were some things lingering in my head that Van Til had critiqued in Aquinas. What is that book? There's a book by Van Til where he critiques Aquinas' epistemology. And he actually has some good arguments. Now, I don't think that Van Til's answers are right. But the point is that I didn't get answers to those questions until I read Staniloy, and he answers those questions, because he solves a lot of the questions that come up with Van Til, divine conceptualism, the exemplars, through the Logi. Now, the next book, one of the first books that really started answering my questions. Now, there's a lot of haters of this book, but they're all people who've never read it. I can assure you that, because it's a great book, and all it is a systematization of the doctrine of the essence energy distinction from the fathers. That's all it is, really. An argument presenting the fact that the church fathers actually teach the essence energy distinction. That's fundamental to their Christology and their triadology, and that the triadology is the conditioner of the Christology. So God, History, and Dialectic, Volume 1 is the most important volume. And I think Dr. Farrell shows beyond any shadow of a doubt that absolute divine simplicity is the Hellenic root and error that most of the church fathers are combating. The notion of dialectical opposition, we're speaking metaphysically here, like these people who think that I reject dialectics because I talk about dialectics, and they don't even understand that metaphysical dialectics isn't the same thing as pedagogical dialectics, dummy. Pedagogical dialectics is when you're talking about exchanges of ideas. That's what debate is. So I wouldn't be doing debates if I rejected dialectics in terms of debate. That's idiotic. That just shows you have no idea what you're talking about. That's totally different. It's related, but very different from metaphysical dialectics, that things are in tension in the natural world, that principles are in tension, like unity and multiplicity have some inherent tension in them. That's fundamental to Plato, for example. That's not the same thing as dialogical dialectics, exchange of ideas. That's a great thing. It's a positive thing. I've said that like probably 50 times. Every exchange of information and ideas is a dialectical exchange. That's not metaphysical dialectics. That's not the same thing as saying that the one and the many are in tension. Two different things, obviously. So, I wanted to make another point too before we start the Bahnsen-Stein debate, which is about to kick off here. Some other people have commented this the last few days about the essence energy distinction, as if this starts with Basil. No. Right, so St. Paul uses Energeia many times. Go listen to the Bradshaw talks. I mean, Bradshaw explains this back to Moses and Philo, right? So the essence energy distinction is a doctrine that comes to us from revealed theology. It's not something that we sit around and speculate about. It's not an academic, philosophic speculation. The essence energy distinction is dogma. The essence energy distinction is in our liturgy. It's in our liturgy when we talk about baptism, when the priest prays that the uncreated energies of God come into the font. The essence energy distinction comes up in the Sundays in Lent that deal with St. Gregory Palamas. It's all through the liturgy. So obviously it's not an academic dispute, right? So the issue is not being scholarly, being academic. The issue is the excess of academics as if that's a replacement for repentance and for participation in the life of the church, right? That's the problem. That's why we're not Fordhamites. Fordhamites are all people who worship academics and academia. The problem is not being scholarly. All of these church fathers, all of these 20th century saints, all of these, Father Seraphim Rose, they're very scholarly, you see. It has nothing to do with being scholastic. It has to do with being into scholasticism, which is a faulty methodology and the wrong Ordo Theologiae. And if you read God, History, and Dialectic, you'll see how there's two different Ordo Theologiae. That's why we're not Thomists. That's why we can't be Thomists. That's why we can never accept created grace and these created light of Tabor and all these dumb heresies of the Roman Catholic Church, which they have dogmatically affirmed. And that's why none of them will come debate it, because I will take them point by point by point by point through the places where it is dogmatic. I'm waiting on a Thomist to come on here and we'll work. I'll screenshot every single section and page of the Summa that I work through. I may just have to do like a 20-hour stream of just going through the Summa, like volume 1. And then we'll do the Summa Contra Gentile, so just go through it for like 20 hours straight. It'd be like an epic marathon stream, just totally demolishing that. But today we're not going to talk about all that. I just wanted to clear that out of the way before we get into the heat. By the way, that guy, that Kurgan guy, I mean, all he does is ad hominem, and he won't debate. He said in his description, "I'm not going to debate, Jay." By the way, and I'm not dissing Vox Gay. He's Vox Gay, right? Vox Day, this guy, the knockoff Vox Gay. All he does is call everybody Gamma, and you look at the guy, and he's like, you know, the poor man's Vox Day. He's like the gay, ugly Vox Day. And he said he won't debate. So he just calls people spurgs, has no knowledge of theology, no knowledge of philosophy. For him, Roman Catholicism is about defending crusades. That's your argument for Roman Catholicism? By the way, he's a Sedevacantist. And he says, when are you going to address Canonate 188? I spent 30 minutes on Canon 188. So I didn't even listen to the stream. I should do. We're gonna do a stream. I actually did a video, like an hour-long video that's had like 20,000 views 3 years ago, critiquing the Summa. I guess it's time to just do another one, and I'll just do lectures on the Summa, and I'll demonstrate to these goofy trads that I actually do know what Thomism is. I actually do know what Aquinas says. I'll get out all the secondary Thomist works. We'll work through question by question in the Summa. It'll be long, it'll be boring as crap, but we'll do it because that's the only thing that will prove to them, which won't even prove to them because it's not, at this point, they don't really care. They're just holding on to these positions because of pride, because they're more interested in being right than they are. And by the way, that guy wouldn't last 5 minutes in a debate. He just wants attention. I'm talking about this Kurgan, Cringegan. Yeah, that guy. I'm talking about the Kurgan guy, the knockoff poor man's garbage face Vox Day. Not dissing Vox Day, I'm talking about that dude. And to make his whole video, it's like 40 minutes of just calling me a gamma. Yeah, dude, I mean, my fiance is well known. She's hot. I mean, and you sit there with a garbage face alone. So all this does is speak to your own inadequacy, and just calling me Spurg. I mean, why didn't you just say, "Hey, I want to reach out and debate"? He says it's manly and aggressive. It's not manly and aggressive to launch into these kind of attacks. It looks like you're off. I mean, he's written books about spec ops, so he might be disinformation. I mean, your average dude doesn't write books on spec ops, so he could be some kind of operative just there to interject nonsense. Yeah, I'm so wrecked. Like he says in the description of his show, he won't debate. I won't debate him. I won't debate him. Oh, me lucky charms. Oh, me lucky charms. Me lucky set of a contest charms. I'm gonna wish on me lucky set of a contest charms. I won't debate him. I won't. He's too stupid. When this guy admits he doesn't know anything about theology, he doesn't know anything about the history of these things, and he won't debate, I mean, it's just pitiful. He's manly and aggressive by calling people Spurgs online. Yeah, dude, whatever. But I want to point out too, so as we move from St. Paul, the essence synergy distinction, because this came up today in some people's videos, it's Dionysius. It's in the divine names that we have the beginning of the essence synergy distinction. And then the trads all say, well, then Thomas Aquinas would have taught it. No, just because Thomas Aquinas, that's just assuming that Aquinas is right. He's not right. And he doesn't understand the distinction. And I've proven that 20 times over when you look at the way he rejects John Damascus's arguments for the essence synergy. He has a whole section rejecting it and rejecting John Damascus's arguments and citing Maimonides. All right, let's get into the Bahnsen debate. I don't think the debate with Ryan is on. I think he has things going on. I don't think he can do it. I actually told Ralph, I said, set up another debate. So Vox Day has also dissed me. Where did Vox Day diss me? So these guys now are dissing me. Is that true or is that drama? By the way, why doesn't any of these guys just come and do a debate? I think that there's obviously some intellectual pride issues that they don't want to lose a debate. I mean, the last I had heard, Vox Day said that he doesn't debate theology. It's not his topic. I heard him say something like, I'm talking about the Kurgan. I'm not talking about Vox Day. Vox Day said he doesn't debate theology. So, dude, I mean, these guys, like, I'm not being mean to Vox Day, but, I've reached out. I've asked him if he wanted to have discussions. He's always been respectful to me. So that sounds like fake drama. If you have if you want to prove or show me a clip where he was dissing us, that's fine. And by the way, I don't really care. I mean, anybody who wants to can come on and debate. Anybody who wants to come in the Discord, we open it up every week. We've opened it up multiple times this week, and nobody comes in to debate. So if that Kurgan dude doesn't want to debate, I mean, kissing like a bandit, stealing time. All right, let's get into the real meat of this topic, what we're here to do, which is deconstruct the Bahnsen debate. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you this is going to be a long discussion. I'm going to be pausing it and commenting and trying to explain, because we're trying to do educational work here. We want to provide real education, real content. We don't spend 2 hours on personal smears and attacks. That's actually the gamma male mode, right? Because it just all I have to do to win all of these feuds is just put out consistent, high quality content. And that's what we're going to do. That's what we always have done. That's why we have hundreds and hundreds of talks that deal with quality content and material that the other people aren't doing. The haters don't do. And one of the things that I've noticed over the years is that a lot of people want to get you locked into some drama thing, and so that you'll expend all your time and energy doing dumb drama when I could put out content that will be seen for years to come and get a lot more views than some nobody drama guy who nobody's going to remember in 5 years anyway. Nobody's going to remember the Kurgan in 5 years. Nobody's going to know who that dude is, especially when YouTube gets rid of all of these channels. Who is that guy? Oh, you mean the ugly version of Vox Day, the B-grade Vox Day? Oh yeah, that guy. That guy who didn't know anything about theology, had no philosophical training, and then wants to take on people who have graduate training in philosophy. I mean, it's like that trad who came in the discussion yesterday. We let another trad in, talking all this smack. Oh, I'm gonna demolish you, bro. I'm gonna demolish you. And he comes in and he doesn't know what Vatican I is. Literally, he says, is that a book? Is that a book? Is Vatican I a book? Really? You're gonna come debate and you think Vatican I is a book? What is wrong with these people? They're captivated with some spirit of madness and they go crazy. And it's the same every time. Like they get yeah, I didn't think Vox Day was dissing us. He's always been cool. We've always been, I haven't actually talked to him other than some emails. But so it was a comment on the blog. Yeah, well, I think that Kurgan dude wants to be Vox Day. And so he's wanting to come after me, which is fine. Why don't you just come debate? But he said on his blog, I won't debate, Dyer. Roman Catholicism is true because of me lucky charms, and because of me bald head, and because of me crusades. As if you fought in the crusades. You weren't in no crusade, dude. What are you talking about? My crusades, my crusade. You weren't even in a crusade. It's me heritage. It's me heritage. Were there any Irish people even fighting in the crusade? What's Vatican I? Is that Da Vinci Code? Is that Da Vinci Code? So Knicks fans are disputing with Vox. Interesting. Over, I don't know what. What are they fighting over? That's the guy, the Ebola kid is who came into the debate and didn't know what Vatican I was. So then he said, I don't think a debate would be fruitful. All right, enough of that drama. That stuff, this is a waste of time. We're going to lay down now. People will be watching the analysis of real material 10 years from now, Lord willing. And nobody's going to remember this dumb drama stuff. So we don't do the drama thing. We will respond to haters here and there, though. Keemstar debate. Actually, I said I would debate Keemstar. I tweeted at him, but that's out of my YouTube league. Oh, he got annoyed over the Reupers. Owen Benjamin versus Nick in a cage match. Yikes. I don't understand why people don't do, like, they won't just converse over the topics. I guess it's too much of a, like. All right, so the debate starts out. If you don't know, Greg Monson was a Reformed Calvinist apologist. I would argue the best debater of the 20th century. I haven't heard anybody that would even hold a candle to the ability of Monson to, with just laser-like Terminator precision, hone in on the opponent's position and basically just deconstruct in every possible way that the opponent made a mistake or logical fallacy. I mean, you're going to hear in the debate, if you've never heard it, just this amazing, I mean, literally, he's the Terminator of debate. And he just demolishes Gordon Stein, who I suppose he was like a decent biologist. I don't know, but Stein did his PhD in quails, the biology of quails. And like all of the atheist materialist types like JF or whoever, they think that because they've studied a lot of biology that they're somehow competent in all of the other fields. This is really the hubris that a lot of people get, that assuming that you know something about biology or you've mastered biology or you've mastered DNA and genetics, that therefore you are somehow competent in all these other fields. And a lot of people, they think that philosophy is like sitting around and pontificating about Jane Eyre.
What's your philosophy of becoming Jane? What's your philosophy of what's your reading of queer LGBT themes in Shakespeare? What do you think because everything is just an opinion on Shakespeare and liberal drama and blah blah.
No, that's not what philosophy is. Philosophy is ethics, metaphysics, and epistemology. 3 real branches of study. Branches of study that touch on all areas of life. So actually, if you, and I'm not trying to toot horns, but if you look at the highest IQs of graduate studies, there's 2 fields: mathematics and engineering, and philosophy. Those are the 2 highest IQ grad study programs, like the people in those disciplines. And why is that? Well, the reason for that is because I'm saying like mathematics, engineering, physics, and philosophy. Because it's higher level abstracted thinking. That's why. Not everybody who does mathematics is good at philosophy, and not everybody in philosophy is good at mathematics, but it's similar in that it's abstracted levels of thinking. And because it's abstracted levels of thinking, it doesn't therefore mean that it's irrelevant. It doesn't mean that it's impractical per se. It could be impractical. You might get too stuck off in the realms of the ethereal. But philosophy is important for understanding who we are, where we come from. It's similar to theology. Ultimately, the content of philosophy is the same as theology, but in a sense, they're looking at things from a different angle. And if you read John Damascus in The Fount of Knowledge, you'll see him basically say that. So, really, most of the time that people are coming at us or having a dispute with us, it's because of a misunderstanding of what the terms mean, their historic context, the nuance, and the assumption that things always mean the same thing in every single system. And that's actually going to come up with Bahnsen. So let's get to the Bahnsen-Stein debate, and we're going to hear, I think I have it set to where the introduction is, just so you know who these people are.
I'd like to introduce to you this evening's speakers. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Gordon Stein and Dr. Greg Bahnsen.
So testing that out, can you guys hear that okay? I'm going to wait a little bit just to see if the chat can hear this before I just let it run for ever and ever and ever. Of course, chat's always a little bit behind, but if you would just let me know. Welcome, 234 nerds tonight. So the sound is okay. It's the best I could do with this little setup. I'm just getting things situated in the new house here. I've got like 3 pieces of furniture now. I'm collecting every 4 days. I get 1 piece of furniture, like a desk or a couch or whatever, every other day. All right, cool. It's a lot of applause.
I'd like to introduce each speaker to you now, let you know a little bit more about their biographical background. Dr. Greg Bahnsen holds the Master of Divinity and the Master of Theology from Westminster Theological Seminary, as well as a PhD in philosophy from the University of Southern California. He has fulfilled professorships at Reformed Theological Seminary in Jackson, Mississippi, and at Ashland Theological Seminary in Ohio. He is a member of the Evangelical Theological Society, the Society of Christian Philosophers, the American Philosophical Society, as well as an advisory board member of the International Council on Biblical Inerrancy. Dr. Bahnsen has published numerous articles on apologetics, ethics, and Christian theology, as well as 4 scholarly books. Dr. Bahnsen is currently the pastor of Covenant Community Church, located in Placentia, California, and resides in the Orange County area with his wife, Kathy, and his 4 children. Debating Dr. Bahnsen this evening will be Dr. Gordon Stein. Dr. Gordon Stein received a PhD from Ohio State University. He has established himself as one of America's foremost scholars of atheism. He is currently the president of the American Rationalist Federation, president of the Free Thought Association, member of the board of directors of the North American Committee for Humanism, vice president Pacific of the Freedom from Religion Foundation, and vice president of Atheists United. Dr. Stein has authored 5 leading books, 2 pamphlets, one of which, by the way, is entitled How to Argue with a Theist and Win, as well as several scholarly articles. He is also the editor of the American Rationalist Journal and the associate editor of Free Inquiry magazine. Having introduced both speakers to you, we will now begin this evening's debate. The resolution before us is in the form of an interrogative, a question. Does God exist? Dr. Bonson, I'll now ask for your 15-minute opening statement, please.
Thank you, David. I want to begin this evening with 3 opening and introductory remarks about the nature of the debate itself. First of all, it's necessary at the outset of our debate to define our terms. That's always the case. And in particular here, I should make it clear what I mean when I use the term God. I want to specify that I'm arguing particularly in favor of Christian theism and for it as a unit or system of thought, and not for anything like theism in general. And there are reasons for that. 3, the various conceptions of deity found in the world religions are, in most cases, logically incompatible, leaving no unambiguous sense to general theism, whatever that might be. Secondly, I have not found the non-Christian religions to be philosophically defensible, each of them being internally incoherent or undermining human reason and experience. And thirdly, since I am, by the grace of God, a Christian, I cannot from the heart adequately defend those religious faiths with which I disagree. My commitment is to the triune God and Christian worldview based on God's revelation in the Old and New Testaments. So first, then, I'm defending Christian theism. Secondly, I want to observe, and we should indicate just what it is and is not at issue in the debate, and on the basis of which we hope you'll consider the debate. It must be made clear that we are debating about philosophical systems, not the people who adhere to or profess them. Our concern is with the objective merits of the case which can be made for atheism or Christian theism, not related subjective or personal matters. And again, I have 3 reasons for illustrations of this. The personalities of those individuals who adhere to different systems of thought are not really relevant to the truth or falsity of the claims made by those systems. Atheists and Christians can equally be found emotional, unlearned, intolerant, or rude in their approaches. Secondly, subjective claims made about the experience of inner satisfaction or peace, claims that are made, interestingly, by both Christians and atheists in their literature. And promotional claims made about the superiority of Christianity or atheism. For instance, some atheist literature suggests that greater mental health comes through the independence of the atheist outlook. These sorts of things are always subject to conflicting interpretations and explanations, being, I think, more autobiographical rather than telling us anything for sure about the truth of the system under consideration. Thirdly, the issue is not whether atheists or professing Christians have ever done anything undesirable or morally unacceptable. One need only think respectively of the atheist involvement in the Reign of Terror in the French Revolution and the professing Christian involvement in the Spanish Inquisition. Now, the question is not whether adherents of these systems have lived spotless lives, but whether atheism or Christian theism as philosophical systems are objectively true.
All right, let's start with our first point here. So Bonson starts out by trying to clear the row, to clear the garden of the weeds of confusion, which is that he's not going to be using natural theology and he's not going to be arguing for generic theism. And we would agree with that. Again, I've cited you all the sources over and over that Orthodox theology does not affirm the natural theology of Thomism. And if you've read Bonson, I've read almost all of Bonson's books. The only one I haven't read is the newer one that came out as a Festschrift in honor of him after he passed away. And I've read almost all of Van Til's books. I think maybe 1 or 2 of the smaller ones I haven't read. But what you'll know from Bonson and Van Til is that the critiques of natural theology have nothing to do with just on the basis of there being total depravity. It is true that some of their argumentation is wrong because they believed in total depravity as Calvinists, and so they were inconsistent when it comes to the noetic effects of sin continuing to affect a person after salvation, even after conversion. The noetic effects of sin in the Calvinist worldview are such that you are always clouded and confused and can never have the certitude and the inerrancy and infallibility that Calvinism needs to be able to know things like what the texts say or what the canon of Scripture is. And that is true. In fact, if you read the Westminster Confession of Faith, it's very clear that the noetic effects of sin continue after a person has been converted or regenerated. And therefore, it's impossible for them to consistently continue to argue for certitude
and believing in an inerrant choice of what books go into the canon by the church after the apostles, right? This is the Calvinists will admit that this was done centuries after the time of the apostles, but they think that it was a fallible decision by fallible men of an inerrant, inspired canon. That's retarded. That's ridiculous. Okay, so that's a big problem. But that's not why we reject natural theology. We reject natural theology not because man is depraved, but because the content of the revelation of the natural world is the same as the content of what's in Scripture. And this, according to St. Maximus, is the reason for the Logi doctrine. The Logi doctrine is just the revelation of Christ as the meaning of all things, ultimately. All the many things and ultimately all things gathered together in Him, according to St. Paul in Colossians. And that's true whether it's the content and the meaning of Scripture or whether it's the content of the natural world. The meaning of trees and sticks and rocks is the Logos. The meaning of the Bible is the Logos. The difference is two different types of revelation. The reason that we don't see the Logos when we look at the trees and the sticks and the rocks is because we're fallen, because our nous is clouded, because we do not participate in theosis anymore, and the natural man cannot receive the things of the Spirit. But the natural world testifies to the existence of the Logos, right? Now, Bahnsen and Van Til kind of think that that's true, but they're wrong on their anthropology because they have the Calvinistic doctrine of total depravity, which is heresy. So let's get back to Bahnsen, but I wanted to point that out, that he's right when he says that I'm not going to argue for natural theology and generic theism because I'm doing a disservice to my own apologetic when I'm arguing for the God that I don't actually believe in. The God that I believe in is the triune God who reveals himself first and foremost as personal to Moses, not as an impersonal essence or substance or something out of Hellenic metaphysics, you see.
And so I'll be defending Christian theism, and I'll be defending it as a philosophical system. And my last introductory remark is simply to the effect that I want to concede to my opponent all issues pertaining to the control of ovarian maturation in Japanese quail. Okay, the subject of his doctoral dissertation in 1974 at Ohio State.
That was a poisoning of the well. Bahnsen intentionally used the poisoning of the well where he made a joke that I will concede everything to do with whale ovarian cancer or quail ovarian cancer because Dr. Gordon Stein's PhD was in the ovaries of quails. And so Bahnsen is poisoning the well by intentionally taking a jab at him and saying that you're not competent to be here debating philosophy. Nothing wrong with that because that's called rhetoric. The art of rhetoric utilizes jokes, jabs, subtle innuendos, and even insults at times. The greatest debates in history have included insults, jokes, and jabs. Go watch Peter Hitchens or anybody at Oxford debates, and you will find many, many examples of jokes, jabs, insults. It's part of rhetoric. So the mere fact that Inspiring Philosophy and Cameron Creeper, whatever his name was, that they didn't want to have a debate because I wouldn't agree to never use a joke, jab, or insult flies in the face of the history of all debate. Here's Bahnsen right away utilizing, as a subtle art trick of rhetoric, yes, a jab that his opponent is not competent in philosophy. Because guess what? He's not. So if your insult or your joke turns out to be true, then you can do it. You can get away with it. Now, if I come to a debate and I'm just like, you're dumb, you're retarded, you're stupid, you're blah, blah, and that's all I have, that's not a debate, right? This is what all the most of the trads, they think that a debate is like just yelling and calling people idiots and trying to smear them on a personal level. That's not a debate. A debate is an art form. Debate is taught in classical pedagogy. It's part of the great inheritance of the classical tradition. That's why the church fathers, that's why me, been tutoring people and teaching people classical pedagogy, classical education for years now. People pay for me to tutor them in these topics because it's a real thing, right? Why would nobody would pay me to tutor them if I didn't have the actual skills and ability to impart these skills to other people. So Bahnsen is correct. It's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with utilizing an ad hominem as a joke, perhaps, or a jab, or in this case, a poisoning of the well. And Bahnsen intentionally did that.
Now, when Stein responds, that's the place for you to come back and respond with a joke, with a jab in response. Because wit, guess what? We're not robots exchanging algorithms. Wit, humor, those are parts of rhetoric. And if you don't have it, you're at a big disadvantage. And all the sourpusses, by the way, who come at me, have you noticed how many of them, they don't actually have any sense of humor? They can't make a joke. Like literally hardly any of them have ever made a joke. They can't make a crowd laugh. And I'm sorry, but if you can't make people laugh, you're at a huge disservice in persuading people to accept your opinions.
Stein is a man of intelligence, and that's not in question in this debate. I would not pretend to hold my own in a discussion with him of the empirical details of his narrow domain of specialized natural science. However, our subject tonight is really much different, calling for intelligent reflection upon issues which are philosophical or theological in character. For some reason, Dr. Stein has, over the last decade, left his field of expertise and given his life to a campaign for atheism. Whatever his perception of the reason for that, I do not believe that it is because of any genuinely cogent philosophical case which might be made for atheism as a worldview. And it's to this subject which I now turn for tonight's debate. My opening case for the existence of God will cover three areas of thought. They are the nature of evidence, the presuppositional conflict of worldviews, and finally the transcendental argument for God's existence. First of all, the nature of evidence. How should the difference of opinion between the theist and the atheist be rationally resolved? What Dr. Stein has written indicates that he, like many atheists, has not reflected adequately on this question. He writes, and I quote, "The question of the existence of God is a factual question and should be answered in the same way as any other factual question." End of quote. The assumption that all existence claims are questions about matters of fact, the assumption that these are all answered in the very same way, is not merely oversimplified and misleading. It is simply mistaken. The existence, factuality, or reality of different kinds of things is not established or disconfirmed in the same way in every case. We might ask, is there a box of crackers in the pantry? And we know how we would go about answering that question. But that is a far cry from the way we go about answering a question and determining the reality of, say, barometric pressure, quasars, gravitational attraction, elasticity, radioactivity, natural laws, names, grammar, numbers, the university itself that you're now at, past events, categories, future contingencies, laws of thought, political obligations, individual identity over time, causation, memories, dreams, or even love or beauty.
Now, that was a great point, and this completely flies over Stein's head. He has no conception whatsoever of what Bahnsen's trying to say. But Bahnsen's trying to point out that when you look at the approach of Stein and pretty much every atheist, materialist, empiricist, about 95% of them, this is in fact the key point that comes up with Matt Dillahunty in the debate I had with him, is that they assume that all questions are solved in the same way. So the same way that I will be convinced of the existence of God is the same way that I would go to the pantry to see if there's crackers there. Are there crackers in the pantry? Well, let's just go look, and if we see them and we get the sense data, we can then confirm or deny the existence of the crackers in the pantry. Now, I make the same point over and over and over, and I talk about, is it Lil Wayne or is it Bill Cosby that has moved next door to me, and I have to go and actually find out and see, right? That's a different type of question, and it's solved and known in a different way than other types of things that we believe and use and argue for. This should be common sense. It should be obvious, right? And Bahnsen just gave you a list of things that are proven in different ways, different types of things. Is the way that we prove or discuss or talk about morals, obligations, duties, ethics, beauty, aesthetics, the way things are proven in a case of a court of law, is it always just a listing of the facts? No, there's more nuance. There's a lot more that goes into it. Logical laws, mathematics, concepts. And so what this does is from the outset, it sets the limits on what kinds of evidence will be accepted and therefore determines metaphysically what things exist. So basically what you're saying is I'm only going to accept empirical physical evidence for anything. And therefore, you're determining that only empirical physical objects exist. But if the type of thing that we're arguing for isn't physical, if it's not extended in time and space, if it's invariant, conceptual, logical, etc., then you've already established a limitation. You've set the bar from the outset to determine the types of things that you will allow to exist. I'm only going to accept evidence for physical things, in other words. But then that same guy will admit and allow all different types of things to exist and be argued for and be analyzed in a host of different ways. Different types of things are proven in different ways. And so if we come to the table and we're arguing for an invariant, immaterial, spiritual entity, God, a being like that, then it stands to reason that the way that we're going to argue for him is different than the way that we're going to argue for physical things. And when the atheist says, well, then I'm not going to accept any arguments unless they're physical, he's setting the bar and determining what metaphysics can and can't be from the outset, when that's the very thing that's in question. And and if he doesn't want to do that, if he doesn't accept, he says, I don't accept anything immaterial, invariant, and conceptual. Then you're assuming that all things are proven in the exact same way, and we can prove all kinds of things that you yourself hold to that are not proven in the same way. When you go to investigate the past, do you just look and see in a cupboard the past existed? No. When you analyze obligations or ethics, you just look in a pantry under a microscope? No. So this is a really stupid fundamental philosophical blunder. And almost every atheist materialist makes this same basic mistake of acting like every single thing is argued for and proven in the same way. So Bahnsen kind of jokingly calls it the crackers in the pantry fallacy, because technically it's not a fallacy in some objective list of fallacies. It's a kind of fallacy that Bahnsen is making up, you could say, but it's accurate because he's pointing out that most of the atheist materialists will assume that everything is proven in the same way. And if you recall from the Dillahunty debate, one reason that he thought this, and he didn't think that there was any way to prove transcendentals, is because he assumed that everything is proven in the same way, and a transcendental or presupposition is just something you assume. No. It's an argument. That's what he doesn't get, and that's what he never got. And that's why they don't get the transcendental argument, because they don't understand that there's different types of argumentation. Now, so when we move to outside of normative logic and normative debate, and this is not something I made up, it's common in philosophy. It's common to talk about meta questions, meta logic, meta mathematics, meta ethics, metaphysics. You can't just arbitrarily say, well, you can't ask those questions. There's no such thing as those questions. And a lot of atheists will do that. Be like, that's not a valid question. Says who? Says you just arbitrarily say you can't ask questions about meta-logic. We began this discussion by looking at the meta-logical argument of St. John Damascus, showing that to argue against the laws of logic assumes the laws of logic. So it's just arbitrary for them to say you can't ask meta-logical, metaphysical questions. That's, again, setting the bar at a certain level from the outset, right? You're cutting off what types of evidence you will accept. The Procrustean bed. I will only accept physical evidence because physicalism is true. Well, we're here to debate physicalism. We are coming to the table saying that there's an immaterial, invariant, conceptual God that we want to argue for. And you're going to say, atheist, in response, you're going to say, well, but you can't prove it just by saying that there's other types of things. But that's correct. We're not proving it by saying that there's other types. What we're showing is that you don't even believe that. You don't believe that everything is proven in the same way. So if you don't believe that, and you will allow for other types of argumentation to exist for things that are not material, that are conceptual, then we've just shown that you have illogically and invalidly limited the scope of evidence from the outset to ensure that you can only accept and will only accept physical objects and empirical objects and data for empirical objects. And we can show that that's incoherent and inconsistent on your own grounds. And that's what Bahnsen's about to do in the next point.
In such cases, one does not do anything like walking to the pantry and looking inside for the crackers. There are thousands of existence or factual questions, and they are not at all answered in the same way in each case. Just think of the differences in argumentation and types of evidence used by biologists, grammarians, physicists, mathematicians, lawyers, logicians, mechanics, merchants, and artists.
Is all that solved in the same way? Do you just go and look in a microscope to solve every one of those issues in all those various fields? Obviously not. And no atheist would actually literally say that unless they're just completely insane. No materialist really thinks that. So they will allow for all kinds of different evidences, like in mathematics, right? Advanced mathematics, really high level math, or these other fields, computer science, etc. They'll allow for a lot of this abstract stuff that's not like going to just looking in the microscope and seeing what's there, right? So not all things are proven in the same way. So this is a really basic philosophic blunder that they all make.
It should be obvious that the type of evidence which one looks for in existence or factual claims will be determined by the field of discussion, and especially by the metaphysical nature of the entity mentioned in the claim under question.
You heard me say this very thing to Dillahunty and to JF. If the type of being that I'm arguing for is invariant and conceptual, then there's no way that I can give you a physical make the podium float type of proof for that being, because that type of being is not a physical being. Does that make sense? Do you see? So the atheist is literally saying, give me physical evidence for the immaterial being or I won't accept it. What? You don't do that for other things. You don't say, give me physical evidence of the number 7 or I won't believe in the number 7. Give me physical evidence of the law of non-contradiction or I won't believe in the law of non-contradiction. No, they don't do that because they're inconsistent, because they try to set the bar from the outset as to what type of evidence will be accepted. And they have to have the crackers in the pantry fallacy to assume that all things are proven in the same way to start the debate with that nonsense.
Dr. Stein's remark that the existence of God is answered, the question of the existence of God is answered in the same way as any other factual question, mistakenly reduces the theistic question to the same level as a box of crackers in the pantry, which we will hereafter call the crackers in the pantry fallacy. Secondly, then I'd like to talk about the presuppositional conflict of worldviews. Dr. Stein has written about the nature of evidence in the theistic debate, and what he has said points to a second philosophical error of significant proportions. In passing, we would note how unclear he is, by the way, in speaking of the evidence which must be used, describing it variously as logic, facts, or reason. Each of these terms is susceptible to a whole host of differing senses, not only in philosophy, but especially in ordinary usage, depending on who's using the terms. I take it he wishes to judge hypotheses in the common sense by a test of logical coherence and empirical observation. The problem arises when Dr. Stein elsewhere insists that every claim which someone makes must be treated as a hypothesis which must be tested by such evidence before accepting it.
There you go. Bahnsen just nailed him on the presuppositional conflict of worldviews by pointing out that Dr. Stein doesn't keep to his own strictures. And every atheist does the exact same thing, right? So remember, so the first point was the crackers in the pantry fallacy, right? The nature of evidence, right? Assuming that all things are proven in the same way and not allowing for, which all atheists do allow for in their own worldviews, different things to be proven in different ways, different types of things to be proven in different ways. So now we move to the presuppositional conflict of worldviews, ultimately that there's not any neutrality, and he's going to call Stein out for a fundamental paradigmatic level inconsistency. What's the claim? Every atheist does this too. Logic, facts, and reason are what we use to determine truth and falsehood, right? Everything must be judged by logic, facts, and reason. Now, first of all, Bahnsen is correct to point out that these are not unambiguous terms in the history of debate, philosophy, and Western civilization. I'm not saying that we're relativists and that there's no such thing as logic, facts, or reason. But what I'm saying is that these low IQ atheists act like everybody has the same conception of what logic, facts, and reason are. No, I'm sorry, but that's not true, right? What Hume conceives of as logic is not the same thing as what Hegel conceives of as logic. Two very different things, and yet they use logic, facts, and reason all the time. If you're an idealist, a fact is something very different to what John Locke thinks a fact is. What is reason? Is reason a faculty for attaining the essences of things? Or is reason ultimately some Darwinian survival mechanism? You see. Terms and concepts are theory laden. They're not theory neutral. Then this is why classical foundationalism fails. This is why they can't have a coherent argument, a coherent apologetic, and a coherent response to the challenges to their presuppositions, because they don't think presuppositionally. They think in terms of simple, properly basic maxims. And then when people come along to challenge the properly basic maxims and their presuppositions, they can't adequately answer it because they assume neutrality. There is no neutrality. It's not because of total depravity, by the way, that there's no neutrality. This is where we would reject the Calvinist view. There's no neutrality because all facts in the world are what they are in the mind of God and because God created them. We would agree with the Calvinists on that point. Then the Calvinists turn around and they say, and there's no neutrality because every man is totally depraved. No. Total depravity is not the issue. The issue is, yes, man has fallen and man is in rebellion against God, Romans 1, but he misinterprets the world because of the fall and his clouded news, and because there's no such thing as uninterpreted ideas like telos or causality. Telos or causality are what they are within a system, within a worldview, you see. So logic, facts, and reason, the next point, is what he says. Every belief, every statement and proposition must be tested according to logic, facts, reason, and of course with Gordon Stein, we can say empirical data. Really? Every belief? What about the belief that every belief must be proven through empirical? What about the belief that every belief must be proven through empirical sense data, facts, logic, and reason? Is that proven by empirical sense data, facts, logic, and reason? No, because it's not possible to prove that proposition as a universal truth claim. Obviously, right? You would have to have universal knowledge to be able to prove that, and it's impossible. In fact, Stein will actually admit that nobody can prove such universal claims. You can't prove a universal claim, nor can you prove a universal negative. That's what Stein's actually going to begin his response to Bahnsen with. He's going to say, atheism doesn't argue for no God. It argues that there's no convincing argument for a God, and therefore nobody can prove a universal negative. By the way, that's a universal negative. The IQ bar is dropping. No one can prove a universal negative. Oh, that's a universal negative. Oh. So the claim that all beliefs must be tested with empirical facts, data, logic, and reason is a claim that goes outside of empirical facts, logic, and reason. So Bahnsen has done a brilliant presuppositional critique of the starting point, of the grounding autonomous starting point. This is what Stein wants to be his basic starting point. And Stein's basically saying, if you give me this, I will refute you. But this is where we all start. We all have to start here. And Bahnsen's saying, really? But you don't adhere to this. You don't actually start here. You say, let's start with logic, facts, and reason, and only believe what we can test with empirical sense data. But then when I ask you, is the belief that we should only follow empirical sense data tested by logic, facts, and reason, you will say no. It's our starting point. That is a contradiction. Now, it's not a contradiction in our system because we don't reject circularity at a paradigmatic level. At the worldview level, we accept circularity, and that's why we are not classical foundationalists. We are not basic bitch empiricists. We allow for circularity at a paradigmatic level because we think it's unavoidable. At a certain level, as you get down, you can't appeal outside of the things that you're appealing to. There's no other higher authority, no other place to go, right? For example, logic. Logic ultimately becomes circular. How do you justify logic? You can't justify logic without appealing to logic. And so the only way to justify logic would be to point out that the denial of logic leads to absurdity. In other words, an indirect reductio argument. But that's a form of argument, and it's a form of justification. A reductio, impossibility of the contrary argument, which is what we saw from St. John Damascus, is a valid argument for justifying a claim at a paradigmatic level. But what it shows is that at that level, it's circular. Could you explain to me words without referring to words? It's not possible. Do we therefore toss out words because, we can't justify words? It's circular. You do a circular argument, bro. No, that's dumb. But what it does show is that whether it's logic or whether it's words or whether other topics as well, as Bahnsen is going to point out, there's a certain level at which you can't get around circularity. And this is what the classical foundationalists have missed and not understood.
There is to be nothing, he says, which smacks of begging the question or circular reasoning. This, I think, is oversimplified thinking and again misleading, what we might call the pretended neutrality fallacy. One can see this by considering the following quotation from Dr. Stein, and I quote, "The use of logic or reason is the only valid way to examine the truth or falsity of a statement which claims to be factual." That's the end of the quote. One must eventually ask Dr. Stein then how he proves this statement itself. That is, how does he prove that logic or reason is the only way to prove factual statements? He's now on the horns of a real epistemological dilemma. If he says that the statement is proven by logic or reason, then he's engaging in circular reasoning and he's begging the question, which he staunchly forbids. If he says that the statement is proven in some other fashion, then he refutes the statement itself, that logic or reason is the only way to prove.
His system forbids. His system forbids circularity at that level because he's operating on the same classical foundationalist empiricist type of worldview as everybody else is, except us. We don't have that. We recognize circularity at the paradigmatic level.
Now, my point is not to fault Dr. Stein's commitment to logic or reason, but to observe that it actually has the nature of a pre-commitment or a presupposition. It is not something he has proven by empirical experience or logic, but it is rather that by which he proceeds to prove everything else. He is not presuppositionally neutral in his approach to factual questions and disputes. He does not avoid begging crucial questions rather than proving them in what we might call the garden variety, ordinary way. Now, this tendency to beg crucial questions is openly exposed by Dr. Stein when the issue becomes the existence of God, because he demands that the theists present him with evidence for the existence of God. Now, theists like myself would gladly and readily do so. There is the evidence of the created order itself, testifying to the wisdom, power, plan, and glory of God. One should not miss the testimony of the solar system, the persuasion of the sea, the amazing intricacies of the human body. There's the evidence of history, God's deliverance of his people, the miracles at Passover night in the Red Sea, the visions of Isaiah, the Shekinah glory in the temple, the virgin birth of Jesus, his mighty miracles, his resurrection from the dead. There's the evidence of special revelation, the wonder of the Bible as God's word, unsurpassed in its coherence over time, in its historical accuracy, and its life-renewing power. In short, there is no shortage of empirical indicators or evidences of God's existence, from the 1,000 stars of the heavens to the 500 witnesses of Christ's resurrection. But Dr. Stein precludes the very possibility of any of this empirical evidence counting as proof of God's existence. He writes, and now I quote, "Supernatural explanations are not allowed in science. The theist is hard put to document his claims to the existence of the supernatural if he is, in effect, forbidden from invoking the supernatural as a part of his explanation. Of course, this is entirely fair, as it would be begging the question to use what has to be proved as a part of the explanation." End of quote. In advance, you see, Dr. Stein is committed to disallowing any theistic interpretation of nature, history, or experience. What he seems to overlook is that this is just as much begging the question on his own part as it is on the part of the theists who appeal to such evidence.
So this is where Bahnsen is hammering home the point that evidences do not come to us as brute facts. They do not come to us uninterpreted. This is a really common philosophical assumption since the Middle Ages, late Middle Ages up into the Enlightenment. They all had the assumption that it was just brute facts. Like you just go out there and you look at the thing and you list the properties and then you know the thing, right? Whether it's an earthworm or whether it's you're building a house or whatever. It doesn't matter. Science is just simply listing the properties of a thing, and it just comes to you. It just imprints itself upon you, as if there's not an interpretive framework and schema in the mind of man that also goes into interpreting and analyzing and categorizing the sense data impressions that come into our mind. So you'll notice that a lot of the assumptions of everybody from the Thomists all the way up into the Enlightenment characters, they all have this assumption, classical foundationalism, this kind of basic empiricist assumption that man is a blank slate, more or less. Aquinas more or less thinks that man is a blank slate. And everything that he knows is just what's been imprinted upon us from the external. But we know, and by the way, we can show that. I have grad papers on Alvin Noé's book, Action and Perception, where we actually have, people have actually demonstrated now that there's actually a symbiotic relationship between the sense data impressing upon us and the mind interpreting things. So Kant was actually kind of right about that, in that the mind does interpret and give a schema to the phenomenal impressions that come to us. I'm not saying Kantianism is correct. We're not Kantians. But he's right that it's not just a matter of receiving sense data. The mind categorizes and puts together and interprets the data. Now, when I say that the mind interprets the data, does that mean that, oh, it's all relative and nobody knows what's true? No, some of our minds correctly interpret the data and the sense impressions. We're not talking about that. We're talking about different notions of epistemology and what was that? I had a grad class on this. It was really good. Philosophy of philosophy of perception. That was it. And we did all the way from the ancient world to the Enlightenment philosophers to Husserl, Heidegger, the phenomenologists. Philosophy of perception. It was a great, one of my best grad classes, because we got really deep into all these questions about how we actually interpret data. And most of the time in the history of Western philosophy, it's always either ors, right? You get the empiricists, oh, it's all just sense data. Or you get the German idealists, oh, it's all the mind, right? It's all just mental ideals. I mean, this is silly. The mind is a mind in Christian Orthodox metaphysics, philosophy, that does receive sense data, but it's not just mind and sense data. We also have other faculties. We have the nous. We also have more than just material sense data. We have essences. Things have natures. We do directly perceive and understand the natures of things. Doesn't mean that we know everything about the natures of things, but we are given, because we're made in the image of God, we have the ability, the faculty to have a realist perception of things in the external world, right? Of the essences and natures of things. And so our philosophy, our metaphysics, our worldview avoids a lot of the problems that are present in all these atheistic systems, because they've tossed out all the theology and the metaphysics and the worldview, and they're trying to build everything up from the bottom up. They try to build all of everything up from just human sense perception, which is totally stupid and utterly impossible, and that's why it leads to total skepticism. David Hume is the end result of empiricism.
He is not at all proven by empirical observation and logic his pre-commitment to naturalism. He has assumed it in advance, accepting and rejecting all further factual claims in terms of that controlling and unproven assumption. Now, the theist does the very same thing, don't get me wrong. When certain empirical evidences are put forth as allegedly disproving the existence of God, the theist regiments his commitments in terms of his presuppositions as well. See, just as the naturalist would insist that Christ could not have risen from the dead, or that there is a natural explanation yet to be found of how he did rise from the dead, so the supernaturalist insists that the alleged discrepancies in the Bible have an explanation, some yet to be found perhaps, and that the evil of this world has a sufficient reason behind it, known at least to God.
This is an important point, because Bahnsen is responding to the bad arguments for theism or for Christianity by saying that, look, we're not going to just argue that Jesus was resurrected. Look how the apostles changed their attitude from before to after the resurrection. Therefore, Christianity is true. That's a bad argument. Now, if you're a Christian, that's convincing to you. If you're a Christian, you look at the world and you hear about first cause. Yeah, of course God's the first cause. But it's not convincing if that's your starting point, because it assumes the Christian worldview, right? Just because a guy rose from the dead 2,000 years ago, how does that mean that Christianity is true? It's only true within the framework of Christian presuppositions, within the interpretive schema of the rest of Christianity. Because there are Buddhists who change their attitude, right? They go from being, I don't know, wimpy to being willing to die for Buddhism, right? The apostles went from being wimpy to willing to die. How does that prove Christianity? It's a bad argument. It doesn't prove Christianity. And so the point is that the atheist, all he's going to do is take those, when you spit those so-called evidences out, all he's going to do is reinterpret it according to the framework of his presuppositions. He's going to say, well, crazy things happen. We just haven't found a solution yet to that. Science one day will find a solution to why it is 2,000 years ago, some guy who maybe didn't even exist. Maybe it's just made up. Or if he did rise from the dead, well, maybe he was just passed out for 3 days and they didn't have the sufficient science at the time to know whether he was alive or dead. Point is that those are dumb arguments. You're going to waste your whole years and years and years. And yes, I understand sometimes God converts people. Sometimes people are converted with bad arguments. But that doesn't matter, right? We don't justify the position just because it works. We want to use argumentation and apologetic that's in line with the rest of our theology. The rest of our theology doesn't argue for generic theism. It doesn't allow for the autonomy of man. It doesn't say God possibly exists. And all those dumb classical arguments end up saying maybe probably there's a God. Does God say maybe probably there's a God? No, he says there absolutely is a God. So our theology has to be in line with our apologetic. Know for of a certain, Peter says, that Christ has risen from the dead and God has confirmed him. Know of a certain. So notice also, we don't reject evidences. But the thing is that the problem with the atheist perspective is that it's not a lack of evidences, right? We note here at the bottom, my notes here on this section, we're still in part 2. The problem isn't evidence, right? There's no lack of evidence for the position. But the problem is that the atheist wears rose-colored glasses, and he's always going to interpret the evidence according to his presuppositions, his naturalistic presuppositions. So it doesn't matter what things you throw at him, and yes, God can open people's hearts, but that doesn't mean that the arguments are valid because people change their hearts on the basis of bad argumentation. The problem isn't a lack of facts. You can stack the facts up all day long. The person is going to interpret the facts according to his theory, his schema, his worldview, his paradigm, his presuppositions, his assumptions. So why not just go to the presupposition itself? Challenge the assumptions. It's a much better, a much stronger, and a much more devastating apologetic argument. Again, we don't have a problem with evidences. We just recognize that, typically speaking, especially if it's an intelligent atheist, they're just going to interpret the evidence according to their governing presuppositions. In this case, with Gordon Stein, it's naturalism. And we want to take a brief stop here and point out that Romans 1 is not...
They both have their governing presuppositions by which the facts of the...
The point is that we all have governing presuppositions. And we're all going to interpret facts according to our paradigms and our worldview. So, one way to demonstrate our view, right, is to look at Romans 1, and we're going to point out that Paul is not teaching natural theology. There's nothing in Romans 1 about syllogisms from Aristotle. This is the assumption and the stupid hermeneutic of Thomism and Roman Catholicism. Paul doesn't say anything about doing a causal chain argument back to an unmoved mover. In fact, he does the opposite. He says that everybody knows deep down in their heart of hearts, their nous, that there's one true God and that they have sinned against him. It has nothing to do with philosophical causal chain arguments in Romans 1. And every Thomist natural theological exposition of Romans 1, that's what they say. They actually think Paul's talking about Aquinas's 5 ways. No, he's not. That's utterly stupid. Paul says, I am not ashamed of the gospel. It is the power of God for salvation to everyone who believes it, for the Jew and also for the Greek. Notice how Paul's not interested. He doesn't have to, he's just going to say, it's true. You have to believe it. It is the power of God. For in it, the righteousness of God is revealed from faith to faith, as it is written that just shall live by faith. The wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all of the ungodly and all unrighteousness of men who suppress the truth in unrighteousness. Because what may be known of God is manifest through Aristotelian reasoning and syllogisms. No. In them. What may be known of God is manifest immediately in them, interiorly, in their heart, their nous, their heart of hearts. There's nothing in this section about natural theology or Thomistic syllogisms or arguments from contingency or arguments from causes. It's an immediacy that deals with direct revelation. That's why it's natural revelation, not natural theology. Since the creation of the world, God's invisible attributes are clearly seen. There's no lack of evidence. Every classical argument, every classical theist type of position tries to go to the unbeliever and present lists of facts and philosophical categories as if all we need is to just unload before this dude a bunch of facts and then he'll eventually interpret them right. No, he needs to repent. You can't interpret the data right until you repent. That's the point. Even God's eternal power and Godhead are made manifest so that all men are without excuse. How could all men be without excuse if there wasn't a direct revelation to the heart of hearts of all men that they're guilty before God? If it was about Thomistic and Aristotelian syllogisms and causal chains, how are all men guilty? Are 13-year-olds who don't know anything about syllogistic reasoning back to first cause guilty? No, that's idiotic. Paul's not talking about PhDs in Aristotelian logic being guilty. All men are guilty. He says they're without excuse. Because although they knew God, they didn't glorify him as God. Paul says all men, deep down, know that they have rebelled against God. They know because they're made in the image of God. And we all have an innate sense of right and wrong and what the Ten Commandments encapsulates. Because all men descend from Adam. The Ten Commandments is nothing but an encapsulation of the law of God given to Adam. The Ten Commandments is an expansion of that basic principle of love God with all your heart and your neighbor as yourself. If you do that, you won't violate the worship of God. You won't worship idols. You won't have other gods. You won't rape and kill your neighbors. But all men have failed to do this because they know deep down in their heart of hearts, which is the nous, that they are wrong. And then he goes on to say that they became futile in their thoughts and their hearts were darkened. Their nous was darkened. Not syllogistic reasoning. Their hearts were darkened. The nous. And they became fools. Paul says pagan wisdom is foolishness. They're fools. They're not smart. Professing to be wise, they became fools and they changed the glory of God into dumb idols. Now, does that mean that everything they say is wrong? No. In Acts 17, when Paul does his apologetic, he cites pagan philosophers and poets. Sure, nothing wrong with that. Because we're not saying that everything they said was wrong. We're saying that when it comes to God, they are wrong. They are wrong when it comes to God. That's where they became the fools. So why would we go to them for the way to argue about God? It's just idiotic. God therefore gave them over to the lust of their flesh to dishonor their bodies. They exchanged the truth of God for a lie, and they worship and serve the creature rather than the Creator. For this reason, God gave them over to their vile passions. And then he talks about unnatural things. The men and the women left the natural action, and they received in themselves the penalty of their error. Since they did not like to retain the knowledge of God, God gave them over to a debased mind. They had the knowledge of God, and they rebelled against him, and God gave them over to pagan idiocy, lunacy, disgustingness, degeneracy. And then he lists all the great sins of the pagan world. All unrighteousness, immorality, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, envy, murder, strife, deceit, evil-mindedness, whispering, backbiting, hating God, violent, proud, boasting, inventing new evil things, disobedience to parents, undiscerning, untrustworthy, unloving, unforgiving, unmerciful, who know the righteous judgment of God. They even know the righteous judgment of God, that that they are guilty. And that those who practice these things are worthy of death. Paul supports the death penalty. They not only do these things, but they approve of the people who do them. So absolutely nothing in Romans 1 about natural theology and the syllogistic reasoning of Aristotle. No teleological argument, no causal argument, no argument from contingencies, no ontological argument. It's a statement of moral corruption and decay, and that in man's heart of hearts, he's in rebellion. That's why the problem with the atheist is not a lack of evidence and a lack of facts. It's pride and lack of repentance. And that's why you can't interpret the world correctly until you repent. Does that mean that everything you say is wrong about the world? No, of course not. We're talking about interpreting the world in the big metaphysical, theological scale. We're not talking about you can't interpret the world correctly and that you can't write a science paper and get the facts right about the earthworm. Sure, of course you can. But we're not talking about that. Because ultimately, even on the earthworm, you're wrong because you think the earthworm just is, right? You don't believe that the earthworm is a created earthworm that comes ultimately from God and has its meaning ultimately in the Logos. That's what we believe, you see. Causation, telos, ontology, those things mean what they mean in our worldview because of Christ. And the Roman Catholics don't get this. They have no idea what you're talking about.
Experience or interpreted, even as all philosophical systems, all worldviews do. At the most fundamental level of everyone's thinking and beliefs, there are primary convictions about reality, man, the world, knowledge, truth, behavior, and such things. Convictions about which all other experience is organized, interpreted, and applied. Dr. Stein has such presuppositions, and so do I, and so do all of you. And it is these presuppositions which determine what we accept by ordinary reasoning and evidence, for they are assumed in all of our reasoning, even about reasoning itself. And so I come thirdly then to the transcendental proof of God's existence. How then should the difference of opinion between the theist and the atheist be rationally resolved? That was my opening question. We've seen two of Dr. Stein's errors regarding it: the crackers in the pantry fallacy and the pretended neutrality fallacy. In the process of discussing them, we have observed that belief in the existence of God is not tested in any ordinary way like other factual claims. And the reason for that is metaphysically because of the non-natural character of God, and epistemologically because of the presuppositional character of commitment for or against his existence. Arguments over conflicting presuppositions between worldviews, therefore, must be resolved somewhat differently, and yet still rationally, than conflicts over factual existence claims within a worldview or system of thoughts.
So Bahnsen's point is just simply that the real crux of debate between the atheist and the Christian theist is conflicting paradigms. It's not a conflicting list of facts. It's not who can stack up the most facts and we'll put it in the scale. Oh, we got 75 facts over here and you got 23 facts, bro. So the scales point in our direction, and 25% that there's atheism, 75% that there's God. We win, bro.